Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the Raceway at Western Fair District, London, Ontario's half-mile harness racing action from up top. Your announcer, Shannon Sugardoyle, with you just above the freezing mark. We're at 1 Celsius, 34 Fahrenheit. Fast and dry conditions for our 11 race card this evening. Program changes coming right up. Stand by. Here we go then. The first of changes comes up in race number 1, the 5 Azucar. Make the driver Jason Ryan. Jason Ryan for 5 in the opener. Race number 2, the 5 Mini Million. Driver becomes Garrett Rooney. Garrett Rooney up on 5 in the second. Race number 3. In this evening's third race, as we go about 12 minutes away from race number 1. There we are. Race number 3, the 2 Jackson Storm. It's going to be a TBA. TBA for the 2 in race number 3, so there's not much to see there. Over to race number 4. There is a line for 2 Colossal Faith, starting February 19th over Flamborough, finished well back, 2 minutes 3/5. Totterborth was driving. Also in the 4th race, scratch the 7 Jackie Davis. Number 8 Diamonds Are Twine is going to switch to an open bridle. Race 5, it's the early high five opportunity. In the 5th race, number 1 Run in the Sun, steel to aluminum shoes in behind. And the 6, My Outside Voice, switching to the Can't See Back bridle. We're going to keep on going into race number 6. TBA for a driver on number 2. I Loved Her First. Number 2, I Loved Her First. Driver TBA in race 6. Race 7 starts up a late pick 5. No changes in race 7 or race 8, beginning a late pick 4. So we'll skip on over to race number 9 then. 9th race. And number 2, Compass Rose de V. Switching to the blind bridle, you can scratch the 4, Ethel. There's a key scratch on tonight's race card. The 4, Ethel. Comes out of race number 9. There is a line for the 7 Straight Talker. Started here in London, February 17th. Second best finisher in 2 minutes flat, Garrett Rooney drove. 10th race. In race 10, we will need a driver for number 2, Baby Rudy. Make it Baby Ruby. Driver TBA on 2 in race number 10. Jay Harris off the big night, right? No Jay Harris this evening in London. 11th and final. Trotters for the high five finale. There are no changes there. We've got you up to speed thus far in the changes. There's a few more driver updates to come. When I get those, you will have them. I will pass them along when I get those driver updates on tonight's race card. We're going to take a short break right now. We're going to come back with a whole lot more, including Robert Reed Jr. He joins us for the commentary, ticket ideas, selections, plus a whole lot more. Plenty more to come on this Tuesday evening in London. Stick around.
Race to Twin Spires, where you can take advantage of our $200 new player offer right now. Register with code GET200 to start earning your bonus of up to $200 with Twin Spires, where you can watch and bet on the best racing from across the globe. Plus, you can check out our expert picks and weekly promotions. Fast and secure online betting with Twin Spires. Download the app and bet now.
The routine. Start today at OntarioRacing.com.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the show. You're watching the Raceway at Western Fair District, London, Ontario's half-mile harness racing action from the eye in the London sky. Sugar Doyle here with you for 11 races tonight. I believe we got Robert Reed Jr. standing on by. Robert, always great to have you with us for the Tuesdays. What's up in your world?
Always a pleasure to be here, Sugar. Listen, looking forward to a great night of racing at Western Fair. And the funny thing is that Ethel, right? We talk about how we've got to work on these cards in advance.
Yeah.
What a key scratch that is.
Ooh.
Through everything that I worked on for a loop tonight.
Yeah.
Sometimes as handicappers we have to scramble and make some adjustments. But excited for a really nice 11 race card ahead here at the Raceway.
Yeah, fast and dry conditions for this. There is a wind, there's some dirt coming for Ontario in form of possible ice storms or snowstorms. It's about to get dicey over the next few days. They've been talking about it for a few days now. We're scheduled to race tomorrow evening, another 5:50 start time, and into Friday at 5:50. So hope the weather man or woman cooperates with us going forward for the rest of the week. On the weekend, how about the Bulldog? Unanimous decision to make him Horse of the Year through the Dan Patch Awards, hosted there in Florida Sunday night.
The way it should be,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
We've seen it a few times where, it happened to Bulldog Hanover, I believe, at the O'Brien Awards, where we don't see a horse like him get that unanimous designation. And I'm really happy that it happened in the Dan Patch Awards because he deserved it. There was
sure
no way you could vote for any other horse for Horse of the Year other than Bulldog Hanover. So it's nice to see him have that extra feather in his cap. And again, just really a nice way to, I guess, finish off an award season for him and an incredible career. Can't wait to see his babies out there on the racetrack. But for me, I think I saw you post, Sugar, who's the best horse we've ever seen live. For me, I saw Camfella before I could probably remember it, but it would likely be, definitely would be Bulldog Hanover.
right.
The only one that I would have maybe said was, my GOAT before that would have been Niatross. Never got to see him live, but certainly saw many replays of that fine equine specimen. But for me, it's Bulldog Hanover with a bullet, and we can always have those debates,
There's plenty of debates,
as long as the day is long, you know what I mean? So it's just one of those things where, for me, visually, never seen a horse do the things he did.
Right. I loved watching him, and I like what Jack Darling said about the race in Dayton. That was one of his favorite times at a racetrack. The fans were 8 and 10 deep along the fence. I was working that evening here at Simulcast, looking after things. We, of course, had that race up on the monitors. It was just incredible to see the vibes around Dayton that evening for the Bulldog, and the way he won that race, just incredible. How many races were not incredible that he won last season?
So many, even before that too, right, Sugar? Like even at the age of 3, he had so many improbable victories where he had to overcome torturous trips. And the thing is too, like you mentioned, Dayton, I had friends that actually saw him get beat in Lexington, and they said that the crowd there was enormous, and really didn't get too down on the fact that he got beat either. They were still just happy to have witnessed him, even in defeat. So he did so much for the game beyond time. What he did on the racetrack. And when I saw headlines from ESPN announcing that he was the unanimous winner of the Horse of the Year award, that speaks volumes, right? When does ESPN really ever cover harness racing?
Exactly. That just made my weekend, and it just capped off a huge season for the year of the Bulldog. We've got some Pick 5 tickets to talk about. Robert Reed Jr., myself, we're going to bring up some tickets on the monitors now at 4 minutes to post time. My key, maybe a key for yourself as well, Robert, this 6 Hot Fudge Sunday. You know what? Great to see the Carroll family come together after the passing of Richard recently. Hot Fudge Sunday with that victory. Angie, Mary, and Alfie all involved in that victory. That was great to see, and I believe he can come right back here in the opener. Going to go 4 deep in the second. The all button for me in the third. Nothing really jumping off the page in there for the Trotters. Fourth race, we're going to try Rosella, who was very sharp for Laver last time. Scott Young with us tonight. He's going to be on board. Also using She's a Gunslinger there in the fourth. And in race number 5, it's the 5-star Betts who's sitting on a win. The 6, My Outside Voice, one to consider as well. But back to race 1, Hot Fudge Sunday. Wonderful to see that victory in the latest for Team Carroll.
Yeah, absolutely, loved this one last time, Sugar. And like you said, right, it wasn't just a victory; it was a dominant victory.
Mm-hmm.
Great to see, Team Carroll go out there and get that done on that occasion. And I looked at this race, and someone said to me today when I sent them my selection, some guys asked them ahead of time. They said, well, from post 6, though, I said, last time this horse left the gate like a rocket.
Yes.
Granted, it was from post 2, but this is not beyond this horse's means class-wise. I mean, we've seen him win against much tougher in the past. So he's a single for me, too. I gave him best bet status of the night. I don't think, 1-9 right now, right? 4-1. Get excited with the morning line. He's 1-9
He's seconds better than the rest of the field, right?
Yeah. He really is. And I guess the only concern you might have is, like I said, is post 6, but he's got that tactical speed.
Yeah.
Don't worry about the lines you see just below that last one because that's against the preferred company, right? Yeah. So single for me. We're on the same wavelength, Sugar, throughout here.
Cool.
Race 2, I kind of like the idea of spreading out. Dixie Bayama is going to get bet down again.
Yeah.
But she's allergic to winning. We know that, right? 3 for 28 last season.
Yeah.
Last time, probably should have fared better. Ended up getting beat as the odds-on choice. So I'm going 1, 2, 5 in there. Mini Million's the one that I think might be worth a long look in race 2 and maybe at a price. Race 3, just the 6 and 7 for me. Missy's Magic Man's my top selection for Jason Ryan. Steel Reserve's a trotter I'm very fond of. The barn's been doing fantastic with horses on that gate as well. So I'm okay with those 2, even though it's outside post positions. Race 4, nice looking Filly Mares claiming event. And I'm with you. I like Rosella in there. She's a gunslinger, is one I've been chasing, right? Like I made this horse my best bet at Mohawk Park, so I've got to come back to her again.
Sure.
I think even one like Diamonds or Twine or Zella Sealster, right? They're going to be following each other out of there. They should go off at decent prices, especially in the multis. I want them both in my ticket. So 1, 4, 5, and 8 in race number 4. I'm going to start with a 6. I'm going to end with a 6, Sugar. And last time, my outside voice, boy, oh boy, did she hurt me last time. It was one of those ones where, I was all in on that one.
Yeah.
I couldn't have spoke more highly of her. I don't know if she doesn't want to pass a horse. There's an equipment change tonight. I'm kind of intrigued by that, hoping it might help her. I thought she was a winner at every point in that race, and she just could not get by Miss Macy. So I'm coming right back to her tonight, singling her up in the final leg.
Right on. I can see the horses are getting set for a post-parade race number 1. Have we checked our nuggets today? Lots of nuggets provided by our drivers and trainers that are competing here tonight. And nuggets are showing up in the winner's circle on a frequent basis. And thanks so much to all that have participated thus far. We're going to keep them going for a little while. What do you think, Rob?
Oh, I love them. And listen, they're very valuable, right? Sometimes you got to kind of, read between the lines, put 2 and 2 together. But at the end of the day, that information is something that, has been kind of absent in harness racing for many, many years, right? And now it's great to see tracks like here at the Raceway and others that are trying to get more info for their horse players. So I'm happy to see, I know they were kind of a little bit lighter, I think, after the long weekend, but or during the long weekend, but now we're back in action. There's lots of valuable tidbits for tonight that we'll share throughout the show.
Wonderful. Great to hear then. We had it pop up there for a bit, but just a little bit of an issue with the graphics here this evening in the early going. Hope to have that rectified. So we'll bring up more nuggets throughout the night. Horses and drivers for race 1 of 11. Heading on over for a post parade in London. Best of luck to all racing and playing tonight. Here we go. It's the Trotters for race 1 of 11 in London. And number 1, Yeti Set Go. It's Scott Coulter driving for Clifton Hobbs along with Earl McLeod. Earl trains. From post 2, Super T for the Yakes. John and Chris with John training. Brett McDonald. What Can I Say at a post 3? What Can I Say, a.k.a. Mr. Handsome. He was the subject of a recent COSA bit there titled Behind the Bridle. What Can I Say? Out for Ashley Bako, trained by Lori Bako, Lauren Howes in the sulky. Number 4, I Am What I Am, owned by Patricia Gibb, trained by Joe Shaw. Preston Shaw will be driving the 4 in here. Here's a look at I Am What I Am. There are a few more to look at. Number 5, it'll be Azúcar with Jason Ryan now on board for the owner-trainer, Mariel Emberg. Again, Jason Ryan now listed for the 5, Azúcar. Post 6 for Hot Fudge Sunday. Heavy favorite here at 2-5. Looks to double up for Angie and Mary Carroll. Angie trains. Alfie Carroll in the sulky. Best bet selection here for Robert Reed Jr. and myself. Number 7, outside My Mini Miracle for owner-trainer Becky Geisel, Garrett Rooney to do the driving. And those are your 7 trotters. All noses are on gate here for race number 1. The Exactor Tri Superfecta. It's a daily double. And the popular Pick 5 play starting up. Here we get a look at a cool and calm looking Hot Fudge Sunday. This one wired them up quite easy. I don't think Alfie Carroll even spoke to this horse last time out, Robert.
No, it was an absolute crush job, and it was never in doubt from start to finish, Sugar. Mm-hmm. It was one of those ones where, obviously down in class, odds-on favorite, but just the way he did it, right? There was never any moment he was asked at all. Came to the line under wraps, and I think that you always say it. I love it. A heart-building win for Hot Fudge Sunday. Mm-hmm. He's had back-to-back wins not too long ago, but then facing those tougher horses, right, it kind of beats up on their confidence. They need to get down in class sometimes to get it back. He did, and this looks like a nice spot. Not a huge leap up the class ladder. I think he should fare just fine on here.
Had a big season last year, just under $50,000 earned very quietly here in Ontario. A nice horse.
Yeah, 7 for 38, right? Mm-hmm. And nice average per start, right? Be a real nice horse to own. Mm-hmm. And one that, seems to kind of, relish getting, down in class, but can certainly hold his own in the upper condition classes on the B tracks, mm-hmm, right? Mm-hmm. So, maybe can even evolve. Trotters get better as they get older, I find, and mm-hmm, maybe he will evolve to be one that's a player in the preferred ranks.
Very nice son of Cadabra. Hot Fudge Sunday, heavily faved here, a top selection for Robert and myself. Number 1, Yeti Set Go, showed some pretty great late speed last time out. Was very wide in the late going, came from 7th to finish a bang-up 2nd. Yeti Set Go.
Yeah, she's always been a tough nut for me to crack, Sugar, mm-hmm, because she has those efforts and then she doesn't replicate them, right? But I watched that replay a bunch of times and I was really impressed with the way she came from out of it. Mm-hmm. She's had post 6 her last 3. Pole position this time. I'm hoping she gets away, reasonably well off the gate. She doesn't have really that much speed, but she could just land off the gate in a decent spot from there. Mm-hmm. And, I think that this is certainly a class that's not out of her reach, right? She's shown she be competitive at this level, mm-hmm, and I think she can be right there at the wire. I don't like her, obviously, as much as I like the one that I'm singling in the pick 5, mm-hmm, Hot Fudge Sunday, but I do think she's the main player underneath for me.
Fitting in well. Yeti Set Go on the rail. How about the 5, Azúcar? Jason Ryan hops on board in place of Colin Kelly, 10-1.
Yeah, one that I guess wrong on frequently. It's kind of a trend with the underneath horses for me here, right?
Yeah.
Azúcar is one that I've been fond of and kind of, been a good check getter as of late. That mm-hmm, doesn't really help us gamblers very much unless you're using the bottom end of the super a couple of times. But I think the efforts have been better than they kind of appear in the program, has gone overland a lot. And I'm just hoping that maybe tonight, now it was going to be a fresh set of eyes with Colin Kelly. Now we still get, Jason Ryan back in the bike. So I think that, this one can maybe get put into play. and get a decent piece of it, 10 to 1's about the right price.
Sure, we're going well up and above the $10,000 guaranteed pool now in this pick 5. Out of the post parade, the best looking horse on track was number 2, Super T. I caught him coming out of the post parade right on the bit. Brett McDonald goes back on board. This horse has early speed. I've got him pegged for 4th in my selections. I'm going to bump him up for the deuce right now, just on the way he looked out of the post parade. I could see him tripping out, sitting in behind Hot Fudge Sunday. 6-2 for me all the way here. Again, this 2, Super T, was looking very sharp coming into the post parade. Get a look at him right now. He's looking all right.
Is it an official pick of the parade?
Not yet. Too early for one of those tonight.
Okay, but either way, now that's worrisome. I got him 4th as well.
Right.
Was a winner 2 back at this class and a dominant one at that. So cause for concern for me, 6 to 1, maybe when you want to include on your tickets, folks.
All righty, here we go. Race 1 of 11, all set to go in London. Gates moving. We've got Yeti, Set, Go, then Super T. What can I say? I Am What I Am. Azúcar, Hot Fudge Sunday, My Mini Miracle. All 7 noses on gate for a Tuesday evening opener in London, Ontario. Top of the stretch. Picking up speed. Here they come. They're off. Hot Fudge Sunday with early speed. Super T is there and along the inside. Yeti, Set, Go. What can I say? Involved here in the early going. Opening turn action. Super T up between trotters. Hot Fudge Sunday being made to work for a lead this time around. It's going to be Super T grabbing control with Hot Fudge Sunday still coming on the outside. Inside to be 3rd is Yeti, Set, Go. 4th and in. What can I say? A gapped off 5th for Azúcar, who's closing that gap up now. I Am What I Am was 6th and a gapped off trailer in My Mini Miracle. So Hot Fudge Sunday did take control, though they zipped the opening quarter in 28-2. So Alfie has paid the cost to be the boss with Hot Fudge Sunday here at 1-5. Super T at 9-1 will trip out here in 2nd. 3rd and in for Yeti, Set, Go. It's What Can I Say? Mr. Handsome racing from 4th. Switching wide to take 5th. There goes I Am What I Am. Then Azúcar switches outside to follow cover, trailing the with them now. My Mini Miracle, 59-2 halftime, 31 flat through the second quarter. And there go the plugs on a Hot Fudge Sunday, who will be asked here. 3/8 left to go, and it's Hot Fudge Sunday going all in. I Am What I Am is poking ahead in front at 13-1. Hot Fudge Sunday had no answer for I Am What I Am, who's gone on to grab control here for Preston Shaw. He's putting 2, make it 3 lengths on them. On for the deuce. Azúcar at 11-1. Upset in the making right here. I Am What I Am is leading after 3 quarters, 129-3. Azúcar is trying to make up some ground here in 2nd. Hot Fudge Sunday just trying to hold 3rd. And off the back end into the stretch. Yeti, Set, Go is coming late. I Am What I Am almost there. I Am What I Am with a first race upset. Second best was Azúcar. Then came Yeti, Set, Go. Hot Fudge Sunday. What Can I Say? Super T and My Mini Miracle. 2 minutes, 4/5. Judges' inquiry here. They're going to review racing action at the start. Number 4, I Am What I Am, did make a break. The unofficial winner is the subject of a judge's inquiry. Hold all tickets. And right off the bat, if you've been following the track nuggets for the last week or so, it's a nugget winner right off the bat in the opener. You can find those on our website, westernfairdistrict.com/raceway. Preston Shaw had supplied for race number 1. Number 4, I Am What I Am, meeting an easier bunch, but we'll have to find that winning form again. Well, he just found that form to win at 13-1. I Am What I Am takes the opener. Subject of a judge's inquiry, though. his break at the start. 4, 5, 1, and 6, unofficial. I Am What I Am is back. 8-year-old son of Angus Hall out of Zorwig Empress by Westgate Crown for the owner Patricia Gibb of London. Joe Shaw trained, and Preston Shaw driven to win here in 2 minutes. 4/5. Again, made a break in the early going. That is the subject of a judge's inquiry. Still happened to win it. He'll have to survive the judge's inquiry. As a result of the judge's inquiry, here is the view of number 4, I Am What I Am, making that brief break at the start, regrouped, and still came home a winner. No violations. Judges say no violations by the 4, I Am What I Am. Looking like 4, 5, 1, and 6 will stand here in the opener. Race 1 is official. 28.20 on the nose for I Am What I Am. Exactor 304.90. Dollar try 347.60. The super for $1. 510.70. There is I Am What I Am coming back on tape. It was a winner. Overcame that break. Overcame the judge's inquiry and was your upset winner for Preston Shaw here in the opener. Congratulations. Trot at 2. A mile in 2 minutes, 4/5. I Am What I Am. 15th career win. That's 2 on the season. Again, he paid $28.20. Exactor 304.90. Dollar try 347.60. Super for $1. 510.70. Your 20 center came back at 102.14. The rundown: Yeti Set Go was 3rd. Super T 6th. What Can I Say 5th. I Am What I Am was a race winner. A Zukar 2nd. Hot Fudge Sunday 4th. My Mini Miracle was 7th. 28-2, 59-2, 129-3. It's a mile of 2 minutes, 4/5. I Am What I Am. Top down, 3, 6, 5, 1, 2, 4, 7. Race number 2 up next. Garrett Rooney will be driving 5, Mini Miracle. The Exactor Try Super, and pick 4 begins in 7 minutes. Going to update a driver change for the 3rd race. Race number 3, leg 2 of this evening's early pick 4. Alfie Carroll will be driving 2, Jackson Storm. Again, Alfie Carroll for number 2 in race 3. Got word of claiming action for the 3rd as well. In race 3, a single claim has been entered on number 7, Steel Reserve. Updating one further driver change. Tonight's card, race 6, number 2, I Loved Her First. Tyler Borth in the sulky. Again, race 6, number 2, I Loved Her First. Make it. Tyler Borth in the driver's seat.
Upset right off the bat here at the Raceway. A lot of pick 5 tickets going to hit the floor with that result, folks. I am what I am. One sugar that I didn't see coming. I know the track nuggets, though, eh? Those track nuggets. Almost got to play them blind.
You know what? If you're not following them yet, it's probably a good idea to visit our website on race days. You can just scroll down to the bottom of our race day page and find all those nuggets. There's, I believe, 17 of them there for tonight. And right off the bat in the opener, Preston Shaw had sent it along saying an easier bunch, but we'll have to find that winning form again. And find that form he did, right? Made a break, still won it.
He sure did. I mean, he was well meant in there. Hot Fudge Sunday certainly didn't, come back the way we thought he would anyways. But nice victory in any event there. And again, those track nuggets, we talk about maybe a little bit of karma too, right? Good karma for those who want to give out some information. A lot of the ones that just something gets said about them, they go out and they win on the racetrack.
These horses are not getting jinxed at all with the info the trainers and drivers are putting out there for them. Let's talk up this early pick 4 then in the opening leg. I'm going to go inside to the 1, 2, and 3. And nothing for me jumping off the page in race number 3. So in there, the trotters, it's the all button. 4th race, we're going to try Rosella, and she's a gunslinger. And to close things out in race number 5, Star Bets. I love the look of this big all bets off filly. She's sitting on a win. She's been a runner-up finisher each of her last 3. And I know you like the chances for my outside voice. She just ran up against a tough customer last time.
Yeah, she sure did. And I'm going to be singled on her again. I'm just going to stay true, Sugar, to that pick 5 ticket and my pick 4. I'm going to go 3 deep here as well, but I'm going to use the 1 and the 2. I think you got to have them both on the ticket. I'm going to add in the 5 mini million, just one that I thought might be able to provide some value here. Did not mind the way this horse raced last time at all. So I'm going to use her on the ticket. Right now, 5-1's not a bad price there. Outside horses for me in the next leg. The 6, Missy's Magic Man, the 7, Steel Reserve, the claimed horse, Steel Reserve. So that's, got to also instill a little bit of confidence in backing that one, even from post 7. Nose back on the gate should be important for Steel Reserve. Race 4, the 1, 4, 5, and 8. That's 4 deep in a race that I think we might see a bit of a price, even though I do give the edge to the 5. She's a gunslinger. Race number 5, singling up on the one you just mentioned, my outside voice. She hurt me last time. I'm going to come right back to her in the hopes that she will redeem herself and get the job done in her second start back off the bench.
There you have it, folks. A couple of early pick 4 ticket ideas, and best of luck to all going forward if they happen to play. I am what I am. Again, Preston Shaw, thanks so much for participating in sending along the info bits on these horses. We began these bits last Monday, and they were a little light there yesterday. It might have been the long weekend. It might have been the Monday, but you know what? They've come around, and they added more bits of info yesterday and into today. 17 bits of info. You can find them on our website, westernfairdistrict.com/raceway. Go to our race day page and just scroll on down. You get your free programs, the selections, the live video streaming, and now the nuggets. They're on the bottom of our race day page. Here we go. Starter stepping out here on a parade for race 2. Exactly try. Super pick 4. Group of $7,000 claiming mares on the pace. Number 1, Dixie by Emma. Beaten favorite last time out. Rail to work with here for Colleen Lamarche. Trainers Mike Timpano. The driver Travis Henry. Crystal Dragon Adipose 2 Lauren House driving for owner-trainer Troy Cochran. Rest of the field just letting number 1 Dixie Bayama dance out there by herself, but the rest of them are stepping out now. Again, Crystal Dragon House for Cochran, Adipose 2 the 3. It'll be Scottish Mock for Dan Mead. The trainer's Rob Doyle. Driving is Ryan DeRoche. More to come here. Todd Aborth driving number 4 Kinder Grace. This one for Leanne Davidson. The trainer's Darryl Laver. Mini Million 5 for owner-trainer Kim BX. Make the driver Garrett Rooney. Scott Ray is up on 6 as Brave As My Mama. This one owned and trained by Gary Anderson. Outside chance for the 7, Marilou. This one for Ron Braley. The trainer's Jay Coughlin driving Travis Cullen. And a trail out Mock Shark for Mark and Mardell Adams, along with Robert Emmons. Vic McMurrin training. It's Jason Ryan back on board for the drive tonight. Those are your 8 pacing mares claiming tags, $7,000 here in race number 2. And here's a look at Dixie Bayama. She's a little bit fussy on the bit right now for Travis Henry. It's been a long while between drinks for this one as far as the winner's circle goes. 0 for 4 thus far in 2023 and a beaten favorite last time out, Robert.
Yeah, she was a beaten favorite last time. She didn't get the, obviously the best of trips because she kind of went parked a long way. But as an odds-on favorite on that occasion, you'd expect a little bit more from her. Ended up finishing, I guess a decent enough third. But you're right, hasn't won since early December, and camera shy right throughout her career. I mean, she's 4 for 40, Sugar, but it's those on the board finishes, right? 21 on the board finishes. But you're right, she's just zinging by the screen there. She looks like she's
Yeah, we took her off the screen because she was, I don't know, she's been a little hot out there. The ears are going everywhere. Travis Henry's in a bit of a wrestling match. He might be taking this one back to the paddock because something is noticeably amiss with Dixie Bayama this evening. Again, I think she might need an adjustment prior to race number 2. We'll see how that goes. Here's a nugget for number 2. Lauren House has supplied the nugget for Crystal Dragon, hoping to sit up close in here. And if he does so, I'm reading between the lines, thinking that he could find a piece of this one.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, it's one of those ones where last time it's an open claiming race, and this is now back to the condition claiming ranks, and was racing okay, at this level a couple starts ago. And I think that actually that's a winner's over class. So this is even softer than that. You go back to the second beat deck. That's down at more towards this level because two-back was against Greystone Treasure and Company. So this is a nice spot for the 2 Crystal Dragon, and I like that track nugget because the one thing you look at and wonder is, well, will we be going forward off the gate? The assumption is yes, but now a little more of a confirmation, right, from Lauren Housen saying that he wants to sit up close. Yep. So Crystal Dragon right now is a huge overlay at 7-1. I expected her to be more in the range of her morning line of 5-2, 3-1 at most. I think that price shortens up come post time. But with the antics of Dixie Bayama, you might want to look for one of these other horses here. We'll have to see how she comes back on the track.
I've been keeping an eye on her. She has stayed on track. All Travis did was bring her up to the bottom turn up against the concrete wall to maybe keep her calm. But she's been a live wire since she stepped out on track. She's been fighting Travis in the bike, and I don't know what to make of it. She is 7-5 right now, but there are other potential value players to mess it up with her. How about the 5 Mini Million? Then it's going to be Garrett Rooney on board right now, a co-second choice at 4-1.
Yeah, I thought she's raced kind of sneaky good in her last couple anyways. 2 back, she made a break and then tried to make a big recovery and ended up finishing 7th. You can forgive her for that one. Last time, Overland a lot of the mile. They went to the half. That was a huge second quarter breather on that occasion. She really doesn't have much of a chance to get in the race, and she managed to get herself back into contention, only getting beat just by less than 3 lengths. So she was the horse I thought would be a price play in here, but so much for a price play. She's getting bet heavily right now at 4-1. I think that's probably too short on her at this point, but I do like her chances.
Folks have figured out Garrett Rooney enjoys getting to the winner's circle with upset players. And, you look through the program lines, it's been nothing but double digits for Mini Million in recent starts as far as the odds go. But, people see Garrett Rooney hopping up at a value player, and they know we call him the upset specialist, right? So they're getting behind this one.
Yeah, and Garrett for me is a driver that puts them in the right spots, and then they'll show if they can do it or not. But these ones that are maybe peripheral players, he puts them in the right spot. If they've got the horsepower, they'll get there for him.
Okay, update on number 1, Dixie Bayama. She is the first one on the wings, and again, for me, she's just been a little bit bonkers out there. I'm not sure what to make of it, but we're going to find out in about 2 minutes how she's going to fare. Race 2, starters in behind the gate. Dixie Bayama, Crystal Dragon, Scottish Mock, then Kinder Grace, Mini Million, As Brave as My Mama, Marilou to make it 7 across, and trailing out, we've got Mock Shark. Who do you like? Top of the stretch, it's the opening leg of an early pick 4 in London, picking up speed. Here they come. And away they go. Dixie Bayama chased up in the early going, up between Pacers, Crystal Dragon, and House wanted her up close. He's going to have her there. Set up for the 2-hole ride. Crystal Dragon sliding into third is Kinder Grace. Up for the treading spot to be fourth was Mock Shark. Scottish Mock looks at it from fifth. Dropping into sixth, Marilou. Then came Mini Million, the trailer, As Brave as My Mama. They got single file early in this one. It's a 2.5 length lead for Dixie Bayama. She's missionized tonight. Quarter mile speed was 28-3. Second best, Crystal Dragon with them in third and tugging on board. Kinder Grace at 10-1. All alone racing fifth is Mock Shark. It's a gapped off fifth, that is, for Scottish Mock. Fourth was Mock Shark as they spin through the 3/8 turn and towards the half mile. Dixie Bayama, she's being left alone here. Crystal Dragon continues second. Kinder Grace considers the outside move, and she went for it briefly. Already out there, 7, Marilou drives on for Cullen. That's live cover for Mini Million, who got towed right up into it here. The half clocked up at a minute flat. 3/8 left to go, and it's reminders for Dixie Bayama to keep on going. She's going to get pressed by Marilou and Cullen. Inside to be third, Crystal Dragon. A toe up in fourth for Mini Million, staying with them in fifth. Kinder Grace, then came a Mock Shark, Scottish Mock, and As Brave as My Mama. Over to 3/4, Daisy's got it, and 129-3. The lead is 2.5 lengths for Dixie Bayama. Fighting on for second, Crystal Dragon way up on the outside. Mini Millions coming on late for Rooney, and finding room at a fourth, Kinder Grace into the stretch. Dixie Bayama. Dixie Bayama, bonkers on parade, and now she's on her way to the winner's circle. Henry for Tim Pato wins by 4. Mini Million was second. Kinder Grace third. Then came Crystal Dragon in 2 minutes, 1/5. That's a 1. Dixie Bayama winning here at 1-2. Winning over the 5, Mini Million, then 4, Kinder Grace, and 2, Crystal Dragon. 1-5, 4-2. Your top 4 unofficial. Back for a winner's circle photo. Dixie Bayama. She's the 4-year-old daughter of Better's Delight out of Time Out Sugar Baby Doll. By Shadow Play for Colleen LaMarche. Trained by Mike Timpano. Travis Henry was on for the victory. He kept this one as calm, cool, and collected as she could be prior to race number 2, and she was a going-away winner in 2 minutes, 1/5. Dixie Bayama, 5th career win, first of 2023. Congratulations. Dixie Bayama 310, exactor 1790, dollar try 6660, super for $1, 229.15. The early double came back at 53.40, so Dixie Bayama won it. Crystal Dragon 4th, Scottish Mock 5th, Kinder Grace 3rd, Mini Million 2nd, As Brave as My Mama 8th, Marilou was 7th, Mock Shark 6th. 28 and 3, a minute. 129 and 3. The mile was 2 minutes 1/5. Dixie Bayama. Excellent rating. Travis Henry on board. Top down a 1-4-5, 3-2, 8, 7, and 6. Our third of 11 is next. Alfie Carroll will be driving number 2, Jackson Storm. A single claim entered on 7. Steel Reserve. So it's 7 trotters for the third. Exactor try super. The pick 3 opportunity in 14. Updating the live money in play following race number 2 for the pick 5 after 2 legs. Only $774 remains in play from the pool of $21,000 plus. And as far as pick 4 plays go, heavy favorite Dixa Bayama opens it up, the pick 4. Try to find that live for you as we get rolling for race number 3. We're 6 minutes away from race number 3. There's the pick 4 live money update. About half the pool still in play, $7,794 live from the pool of $15,000 plus. So that victory back in race number 1 by I Am What I Am certainly threw a wrench into the early pick 5 plays. Again, just $774 live from a pool of $21,000. That includes a 1-2 favorite from the second. Alrighty, awaiting the post-parade of race number 3, and more claiming action continues in the 4th race. A single claim for the 5, She's a Gunslinger. So the claiming action, race 3, a single claim for 7, Steel Reserve, and in race 4, a single claim for 5, She's a Gunslinger. Over the weekend, one of my off days, Robert touched on it early on in the pregame show. We were talking about the 5 best horses one has ever seen race in person. My 5 would have been Bulldog Hanover, foiled again, State Treasurer, Taj Mahal, and even Firm's Phantom from about 20 years ago down around the Maritimes. And lots of folks chimed in and Going through a few of them here. Our own Greg Blanchard, he mentioned Arts Place, Muscle Hills, Some Beach Somewhere, a Moneymaker, and Sand Pail. Going through Liz Hennessy, a friend from out west, she mentioned Moneymaker, Some Beach Somewhere, Captain Treacherous, Atlanta, Wiggle It, Jiggle It. Tim O'Connor, he was in for Cam Fella, Niatras, and Greg's Little Guy. Just going through them still. Sean Copey, friend of the show, of course. Sean Copey, he was on Some Beach Somewhere, Atlanta, Life Sign, Muscle Hill, an Old Ball and Chain. Don McNeil, Don. He was on Beach Towel, Camtastic, Arts Place, Matt Scooter on the road again. There's another friend of the show in Von Doyle, State Treasurer, on the road again, Sand Pail. Bulldog Hanover, Matt Scooter were his choices. Billy McGuigan, involved with the Western Capitals out of Summerside, Prince Edward Island. On the road again, Matt Scooter, Some Beach Somewhere, Wiggle It, Jiggle It, Firms, Phantom, Gettin' Messy. Was as good as ever, he mentioned, down around the Maritimes. And yeah, there was lots of comments on this, and that's what it was meant for, to bring about some comments and some reminisce about some old horses. Darryl Bell, he mentioned a Chip Chip Hooray, Some Beach Somewhere, Rainbow Blue, Eternal Cam Nation, Better's Delight, and Al Yonker out of Charlottetown. Foiled again in Shadow Play. He also mentioned Maritime Breads, J.K. Beauty, Kilcare and Ingle, Dunashton Gale, Woodmere Steel Deal, Firms Phantom, even Trotters. He was mentioning West River Exotic and Waiting on a Woman from down around the Maritimes. And yeah, just some great animals when talking about the best horses one has ever seen race in person. And that was a lot of fun, reminiscing about some nice old horses over the years. Harness horses throughout North America. I can see the horses and drivers are getting set to post parade here. It's the third race. Trotters next to start a pick 3 play. Here we go. Starters entering the track. It's the third race. Trotters on parade, being led by one junior. This one for the Dufords. Owner Dennis, trainer Ashley, Tollerborth in the sulky. Jackson Storm from post number 2. He'll go out for Elizabeth Fair and trainer Alan Fair. The driver is going to be Alfie Carroll. Alfie is now listed for number 2, Jackson Storm. And there he is, stepping out. Here we go with 3, All Muscle and Sass, A1 Stable owning Jody Cullen trains. Travis Cullen on board, 9-5 currently. Leanne Davidson, the owner. Darrell Laver training for Show Shideo. Todd Moore stays on for the drive. Then the 5, it'll be Zach to the Max for Megan O'Neill. Trainers Jack Ray. Driving is Scott Ray. Back in from Flamborough is number 6, Missy's Magic Man. This one for Ron Corbett. The trainer driver Jason Ryan. And completing the field, number 7, Steel Reserve. This one for Francis Gilmet, along with Jason Albrecht. Francis training, Brett MacDonald on board for the drive. There is one claim entered for number 7, Steel Reserve. Here we go then. The Trotters on track, and on post parade, the 6 Missy's Magic Man here for trainer driver Jason Ryan. This looks to be an easier spot than what this one's been accustomed to in recent starts, Robert.
Yeah, it definitely is an easier spot for him. And, he's a 23-time winner, Sugar. And I thought that, well, look at this field, it fits in nicely with this group, has an outside starting spot. But if you look at the post trouble he's had recently, post 2 last time against Tupper, before that, post 8 and a couple of trailing spots as well. So I thought that, this looked like a real nice little spot for Missy's Magic Man. And if he brings his A game, I think he beats this group and can do so handily. But, maybe a little bit off form as of late, but also, might be able to get one of those heart-building wins you always talk about. He was a winner against much softer here at the Raceway back in November. But again, I don't really think that there's anyone in here that, is too big of a concern to him if he does bring his absolute best.
I think his best needs gate speed. If he's got the gate speed here and can cut this one out, I believe that's where he does his best work, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that, when he's 1 or 2 off the gate, that's when he's extremely dangerous. If any other kind of a trip, I certainly wouldn't like his chances. One of those ones, if there was live betting, Sugar, we could probably put our play in just off the switch on him, because you'll know early on if he's got a big chance.
How about live betting if we would have had it last night on Come On Artie? I'm not sure if you caught that replay or were watching as the race went in progress. He made front at 30-1 and went along unchallenged. Topped a high five over $8,000 on a 20-cent play. One of those races where you knew right off the car that horse was not going to lose.
Yeah, it would. You probably don't get that 30-1, but you'd still probably get double digits on him, right? And be happy to take it. There's some thoroughbred racing that you can still bet live on, and it's interesting because you'll see horses that are long shots go to the front and their price doesn't diminish too much, but I'm pretty sure his price would have been cut in half, if not more than that.
Right on. Live in-race betting may be a thing of the future for tracks in North America. Here's a bit of info. Francis Guillemette has been participating in the Nuggets, and he's got one here for the 7-horse Steel Reserve, mentioning this one gets a poor post, but he gets his nose on gate. That will help him be on the bit. Mentions trainer Francis Guillemette for the 7 Steel Reserve, and now a claim is entered.
Yeah, I'm sure he'd add to that. Now there is no tomorrow, right?
Yes.
There's again a horse that the post certainly is better that his nose is on the gate, but post 7 is going to be tough for this one because he doesn't have that snap speed off the switch. And if Missy's Magic Man leaves out, it's going to make his world a lot more difficult in this particular race. So I think he's got to try to just get spotted, look for a helmet, maybe even try to come first up. I love Steel Reserve as a racehorse. He hits the board with frequency, real tough grinding type. He can win in here, but the difficulty is that starting spot. Here's
the thing. This is a 7-horse field. All noses are on gate. There's 6 of them in here that can get away well. The 3, All Muscle and Sass, is the one that it's a little tricky leaving with early speed with that one. But the other 6... this first turn could get very interesting. Number 4, Shoshi Deo. Todd Moore stays on to drive, but like I said, first turn could get dicey.
It could, yeah. That's another one, right? 11-1 right now that does his best work when he's forwardly placed, right?
Yeah.
So you're right. I mean, this could get real busy in the opening turn, and they're going, at 9-5 right now for All Muscle and Sass. To me, it's, you're stepping up in class. Like you said, not a tremendous amount of gate speed. Last time, couldn't have got a better inside ground-saving trip to then come on for a second against Top Fudge Sunday. That one didn't get the job done tonight. The same class. I can't get there at 9-5 and All Muscle and Sass, but maybe might benefit from a busy front end in the early stages.
Going in behind the gate here, number 2, Alfie Carroll's got a handful of Jackson Storm here at 10-1. Maybe one to consider as a long shot play as the gate moves for race number 3 from the Rail Out Junior. Jackson Storm, All Muscle and Sass. Then we've got Shoshi Deo in the center. Zach to the Max, Missy's Magic Man. And the farthest down in the wings, Steel Reserve with one claim entered. 1/8 of a mile out. Here come your third race trotters picking up speed. They're off. Shoshi Deo, Zach to the Max, Missy's Magic Man, and along the inside, Junior. Here we go. It's the opening turn dice. Rolling by Zach to the Max, and Ray's got this one sent. Jumping it off in the backfield was Jackson Storm. So taking control here in the early going. 10-1 shot. Zach to the Max fronting by 2. It's Junior set up for the Deuce Ride, traveling third. Shoshi Deo, a midfield fourth. Missy's Magic Man settled into fifth. Was All Muscle and Sass next to last. Steel Reserve and back on the gallop trailing Jackson Storm. 29-3 opening quarter mile. Loose up front. Zach to the Max. Longest shot on the board. Junior is going to get a great journey there in second. Staying in third, Shoshi Deo out and rolling fourth. Missy's Magic Man. That's live cover for All Muscle and Sass, who closed up as the 6-5 choice. And to set it up third over, Steel Reserve. And a gapped off trailer in Jackson Storm. The half was 1:01.2. Big time breather for the leader, Zach to the Max. 1:01.2. And now it's 3/8 left to go for Zach to the Max. Up on the outside in second came Missy's Magic Man. Gapping along the inside was Junior. Fourth and wide, All Muscle and Sass. Steel Reserve going forward. Widest of all on down the backstretch. Shoshi Deo is with that front flight in 6 by 3/4. 1:31 flat. Zach to the Max. Still the one. Missy's Magic Man. Here comes All Muscle and Sass. Here comes Steel Reserve. 4 deep on the outside. Junior still up there in the top 5. And Shoshi Deo still in with a chance. 1/8 of a mile left to go. Zach to the Max along the inside. All Muscle and Sass coming up for Cullen. Coming up big for Cullen. He swooped them. All Muscle and Sass, a going away winner. Steel Reserve on for second. And Zach to the Max and Missy's Magic Man 2:01.4. Alrighty, you got the 3 All Muscle and Sass. A winner here at 6-5, a 3, 7, 5, and 6. And at this time, we're going to send out birthday wishes. We've got Gary Robinson with us tonight, top of the fair, settled in for some dining and some horse racing. From all of us here at the Raceway tonight, happy birthday, Gary Robinson. Enjoy the rest of your evening at the races. Here's All Muscle and Sass returning, a 5-year-old daughter of Muscle Mass from the Angus Hallmere Hall Marker T for A1 Stable of Dundas. Jody Cullen conditioned. Travis Cullen driven the win. All Muscle and Sass. She's there tonight in 2:01.4. 9th career win and first of 2023. Congratulations. All Muscle and Sass. The mare paid $470, exactor $23.80, dollar try $58.70. The superfecta for $1, $178.75. Your 20 center worth $35.75. Junior was fifth. Jackson Storm 7th. All Muscle and Sass won it. Shoshi Deo 6th. Zach to the Max was third. Missy's Magic Man 4th. Steel Reserve finished second and was claimed. 29 and 3, 101 and 2, 131. Amount of 2, 1 and 4. Big back half there for All Muscle and Sass. Top down a 5, 7, 1, 6, 3, 4 and 2. There was claiming action from the third. Number 7 Steel Reserve was claimed for the claiming price of $12,500. Goes to owner Michael Arnold, trainer Patrick Shepard. Fourth race up next. Race number 4, a single claim entered on the 5. She's a Gunslinger. Scratch the 7 Jackie Davis and put an open bridle on number 8 Diamonds or Twine. 7 Pacing Mares, claiming tag $7,000 next in 6 minutes. Exactor Try, Superfecta Daily Double starting up. Live racing scheduled to return tomorrow evening, 5:50 start time, and into Friday as well. Another 5:50 start. Your free program for tomorrow evening, available on our website, westernfairdistrict.com/raceway. And, of course, we've got that Raceways Award Banquet, the annual awards banquet back and in person this coming Saturday evening. And, again, Lindsay Kerr organizing a silent auction table with proceeds going to New Start Standardbreds, Harness the Hope, and the Ontario Standardbred Adoption Society. If you've got anything to donate, contact Lindsay Kerr. Again, she is organizing a silent auction table at our annual awards banquet this Saturday evening at the top of the fair. All proceeds going to New Start Standardbreds, Harness the Hope, and OSAS. Contact Lindsay with any donations. Just a few items for changes here in the fourth. Colossal Faith had that line February 19th at a Flamborough, finished back, was race timed in 2 minutes 3/5. Tyler Borth was on. There was a single claim entered on 5. She's a gunslinger in here. The 7 was scratched, and the 8 Diamonds Are Twine switching to the open bridle. Multi-leg wager live money update. Only $267 live and in play after leg 3 for the pick 5 pool of $21,000 plus. And as far as the pick 4 money goes, $2,713 live from the $15,000 plus pool. Best of luck if you're still going forward. Hit the pick 5. You're going to get paid. Here come your Pacers. It's the 4th race event. Claiming mare, $7,000 tags on the pace for an exacta try. Super Daily double starts up here. Number 1, Zella Sealster on her return to the races for owner, trainer, Cassidy Schneider. Garrett Rooney's on. Colossal Faith, post 2, Martin Kipfer owning. It's Jonathan Panos training. Tyler Borth. PDQ Hanover's 3, Brett McDonald for Joyce Empey along with Lisa Stewart. Ryan Stewart trains. Leanne Davidson along with Brooke Kupek. They're on the ownership line for 4, Rosella. It's Scott Young with us tonight on board for trainer Daryl Laver. She's a Gunslinger 5 with a single claim entered. Goes out for A1 Stable. Trainers Jody Cullen. Driving is Travis Cullen. Stargazing Cruiser 6, Scott Coulter for Daryl Curry. Trainers Doug Curry. 7 was a scratch. And tonight it's an open bridle for number 8, Diamonds Are Twine for Christina Soundy and Gary MacDonald. Gary trains. Paul McKenzie on 8, Diamonds Are Twine. Those are your starters then. A reduced field of 7 for the Exacta Tri Super Day lead double starting here. Getting a look at She's a Gunslinger. Was claimed 2 back by Team Cullen. Went up to Woodbine Mohawk Park. Tried it there. Wasn't happening. So now she's back in London, and there was a single claim entered. She's a Gunslinger for Team Cullen. Let's talk about it, Rob.
Yeah, I was all over her last time at Mohawk Park, Sugar. She got bet down to 2-1. I think I made her the best better spot play in the Horse Players Journal on that occasion, and she really didn't have too much to offer. Wasn't the best effort in the world, but this is obviously back to much softer company here. 7,000 claimer versus an 8,000 claimer there. So, and I think that she looks really sharp on the track right now.
Does no question too. About it. Yeah, I like the look of her. I mean, body language, right? Impressive.
Yeah, exactly. And when we saw look lively earlier tonight, she ended up off the screen. So, and the other thing too, right? Team Cullen just getting a victory. We like jumping on that hot barn angle. I actually wasn't, that fond of All Muscle and Sass tonight. This is the one that I was kind of jumping on from that camp. So I think that She's a Gunslinger, has found a good spot tonight. Price isn't that great though, obviously at 3-2. But they've had a little more time to tinker with her now, and tonight's probably the night that I think she gets back in the win column.
Right on. There's others to look at here. How about the live money update? We update as much as we can, as frequently as we can. That upsetter in race number 1 certainly took a lot of live money at a play, because we've had a couple of chalky winners, races 2 and 3, and still only $267 live from a $21,000 plus pool.
Yeah, it shows that I Am What I Am was a much bigger number, right?
Yeah.
And only 3-1 in the morning line, which is even more bizarre when you think about it.
Right.
If you look at the morning lines, every horse is logical so far. I mean, obviously the price was a big one in the opener, but I didn't think it was going to be that impactful to the pick 5 pool. But, again, it just shows you've got to, play here at the Raceway. And it's not who wins, it's who gets beat. I'll always say it. You get one favorite beat. 2 favorites beat. Yeah. It just multiplies up from there.
For sure. The Answer is with us tonight from Woodbine Mohawk Park, driving number 4, Rosella. This one was closing up very strong in her latest with Tyler Borth on board. She did a great job of trying to track down Cranberry Brie, but second best was all she could manage. But a big back half for this one, and she's going in the right direction going into tonight.
Definitely is, and she loves in the barn of Daryl Laver, has always had success there. And I think that this is, a good chance for that barn to get on the board with a victory here. Rosella last time loved the way she finished her mile off. Cranberry Brie, I think, would be more than happy to take her against this group here tonight. And this one I thought, was closing willingly, we'll say. And one that when she gets good, I mean, she can compete at this level and even higher than that, right? And the posts have not been, ultra favorable to her over the last little while. She now comes right back with the 4-hole. But before that, she's had to work from more difficult spots. So I think 5-2 is actually a fair price, even though it's lower than that 6-1 morning line. To me, she's definitely the main danger.
Things changed up for Scott Young recently. Him and Haley became proud parents. Great to see.
Yeah, awesome to see. I just recently, had that myself, and it's the best feeling in the world. So congrats to Scott and Haley. A little more motivation for him out there now on the racetrack, right?
You're right on. You gotta pay now. Time to pay and look after things. Yeah, you bet. Cassidy Schneider has sent along some info here on number 1, Zella Seelster. Not sure that is the right one. I've got Strong Qualifier plus Rail and should be in for a good trip. That's what she said along on the one, Zella Seelster. Final thoughts?
Yeah, I thought that, she looked intriguing in here, Sugar, and those were the comments that I read as well. And I just thought that, rail to work from a horse that's got a lot of back class. If she's good to go, she can certainly make her presence felt against this group. 6-1, I think, is a fair price. Could be a bit of a bust out too in the multi-legs.
Here we go. Gates moving for the fourth in London. Number 1, Zella Sealster on the rail on the return. Here's Colossal Faith at a post 2, then PDQ Hanover, Rosella. She's a Gunslinger, Stargazing Cruiser, and trailing out Diamonds or Twine. Those are your 7 pacing mares, tags of $7,000, top to stretch. Picking up speed. Here they come. And away they go. First to show, Colossal Faith. Off the car first for Borth. Got a reminder to go on in here. Zella Sealster out for the 2-hole ride. PDQ Hanover sliding into third. Up on the trailing spot to be fourth. That was Diamonds or Twine. Settling into fifth. She's a Gunslinger who closed up as the 6-5 choice. Next to last came Rosella, the earliest trailer. Stargazing Cruiser, and they're not going much at all on their way to this opening quarter mile. It's Colossal Faith being chased up to get there in 29-4. Zella Sealster second, third and in. PDQ Hanover switching wide at a fourth and taking aim at the leader. That's going to be She's a Gunslinger. The pistols are out early for this one, and Cullen is urging that one forward. Down in front of us, they travel, beginning to peer up. It's going to be 4 in. It's going to be 3 out on this half-mile approach. Colossal Faith, though, here comes She's a Gunslinger. That's live cover for Rosella. She's been towed right up into it third. Zella Sealster fourth. Out there into fifth. Stargazing Cruiser. Then came PDQ Hanover. And the trailer now, Diamonds or Twine, got shuffled back. 101, 31-1, second quarter breather for the leader. The lead down to a head for Colossal Faith. Matching strides now. She's a Gunslinger. Rosella. Rosella, perfect, a striking spot if good enough. She's third and wide. Then Zella Sealster, Stargazing Cruiser. Back markers continue to be PDQ Hanover and Diamonds or Twine. 130-2, 29-2. Beat down through the third. Colossal Faith giving fits to the favorite. She's a Gunslinger, tipping 3 wide for the drive home. Here comes Rosella. They're going to come from everywhere, fanning 5 and 6 across. Show them if you got them time. Rosella punching on through Zella Sealster. Here's Stargazing Cruiser. Oh, it got close, but it might have been the answer with Rosella. Zella Sealster right there in the win photo, 2-1-4. Quite a horse race. All 7 in with a shot as they turned for home. Rosella here in the center with Scott Young and punching through it on the inside. Zella Sealster and Garrett Rooney. Win photo goes to the 4. Rosella. All 7 within 2 lengths on the finish line. Good horse race, start to finish. Rosella a winner, 4-1, 5-2. It's unofficial. Joining us at the raceway tonight, Scott Young, also known as The Answer. He's on board Rosella here, the 7-year-old daughter of sports writer from the Courage Under Fire mare, Future Fire. For the owners, Leanne Davidson, along with Brooke Kupek, Daryl Laver conditioned. Scott Young, driven to win from off the pace, had her in a perfect striking spot, and she gets there. And 2:01-4, Rosella, 17 career victories, her first of 2023. It's The Answer at 6-5. Congratulations. Going official here, Rosella returning 670. That exactor, 6660, provided by Mel Keith of Ontario Racing. Selections are available between races all night. You can find them as well on the Ontario Racing website. Mel Keith, Ontario Racing exactor there. We're $66.60. Dollar try, $62.35. Super for $1, $210.20. Zella Sealster was second. Colossal Faith 4. PDQ Hanover 7. Rosella won it. She's a Gunslinger was third and was claimed. Stargazing Cruiser 5th. The 7 had scratched diamonds or twine. 6. 29-4. 101. 130 and 2. The Ma was 2-1 and 4 for Rosella. Top down at 2-4, 7, 1, 3, 5. Scratch and 6. From race number 4, there was a claim on 5. She's a Gunslinger, and for $8,750 goes back to owner-trainer Catherine Gaudreau. Race 5 up and coming. 5th race. I put a can't see back bridle on number 6, My Outside Voice. The 9 had scratched out of there, not moving in. The also got that one just a line through it. Anyway, can't see back bridle for the 6 and no other changes for the 5th race. Exactor try. It's the early high five opportunity. 6 minutes to think about it. Here's the show photo from race number 4. All 7 horses involved in race number 4 involved in the finish of photo. Again, a great finish. Exciting to call those when they fan across for the drive home. Will Pays, and now being posted here, doubles, pick 3s, pick 4s, pick 5. Will Pays on to race number 5, now being posted. Here come your starters now for the 5th race. Fillies and Mares, non-winners, 2,500 lifetime. Got to be Maiden Pacers, right? Indeed. Maiden, Fillies and Mares for the 5th on the pace. Exacta Trides, the high five opportunity, number 1, Run in the Sun. This one has Anthony Hahn on board for Four Rose Stable of New Jersey. Debbie O'Brien Moran trains. Number 2, it's Dare Birdie. First-time starter here for Clay Horner. Trainers Bob McIntosh, driving Brett McDonald. Keith Wilson and Dean Wall on the ownership line for 3, Sunshine and Rain. With Dean doing the training, Travis Cullen on board. At a post 4, Crown Princess. Sea Spray Stables Limited owning. It's Mike Timpano training Totterborth. Number 5, Star Bets. The big all bets off filly goes out for Don and Heather McGregor. The trainers Peter Core. Garrett Rooney stays on. Number 6, My Outside Voice. Scott Coulter driving for owner Catherine McClure. George McClure trains. Seven Outside is Dollywood. Dollywood won a big one last time out to finish 3rd. Owned by Jeff and Jim Wellwood. Jim trains. Colin Kelly drives. And number 8, Flamin' Terror for Ephraim Zook. The trainers Kyle Bossens, Jason Ryan on board for the drive. And those are your starters. 8 Pacers. These are maidens. Going postward for the early high five opportunity. Of course, London always featuring the non-jackpot high five. And now we'll get a look at number 6, My Outside Voice, going out for the McClures. Scott Coulter hops on board for the drive. The switching things up with the Can't See Back Bridle for this Daughter of Thinking Out Loud. I know you're pretty high on this one again, Robert.
Yeah, I've got to be, right, Sugar? I got to come right back to her. I mean, if you're going to go down at 90 cents to the dollar last time, and this time around, we're already, we're seeing the price is much higher. I was not expecting 6 to 1. I don't think we get that come post time, but I just thought the latest effort was one of those ones. She was first over a long way. She never went by. It kind of got concerned because in the qualifier, right, horses, when they finish behind horses, are supposed to have pace, right? They're supposed to be strong when they don't do a lot of racing. But she still came home with 28-1 on that occasion. A little bit of time between that qualifier and the most recent start. So now you see a regular rotation happening for this one. And I have to just trust what I thought I saw in the qualifier, come right back to her and hoping, maybe a different trip scenario might work out. But the value is there at 6 to 1. I certainly won't be upset at myself to come back to this one. If she doesn't get the job done, I can right now say at least we went down getting some value. Hopefully she stays north of around, I hope 5 to 2, 3 to 1 would be ideal.
Right on. My Outside Voice, a top selection here for Robert Reed Jr. One to consider for your high five plays. And Star Bets, the 5. Now, for me, all bets off, when he was in against the Grand Circuit types, he didn't have the size of the others, and now here he is throwing a big filly in Star Bets. She's a nice long filly. I caught her warm-up. It was a nice and easy warm-up with Peter Core on board. This filly sitting on a win, 3 straight runner-up finishes, and she's been a pretty good value player in all 3 of those, and tonight she's getting hammered to 3 to 5, but she's just one of those fillies that just the look of her, just a spectacular looks on track.
She does. She is, a big filly that corners well, right? Because she's gotten away really nicely from post 6 and post 7 in her last 2. Before that, she made an early move after getting away 6 from the trailing post. So each of those defeats were strong efforts, right? And against, the last 2 for sure against strong rivals. Oguda was a well-meant winner. So was 28 Late. Yoda Queen had a big, pace advantage on that occasion when she was a winner. So I look at it and you have to look at it and say, listen, she's got to be right there again tonight. You can't really, put her out of the top 2. I just sided with one that I'm kind of fond of, and right now we're getting better value there. But Starbets winning in here would not surprise me at all.
Yeah, she's definitely got that gate speed down to a T already in her young career. Just over a minute for wagers on the fifth race, High Five. Number 2, Dare Birdie here. It's a first-time starter from Hall of Famer Bob McIntosh, shown by Clay Horner. Brett McDonald on board. What can you tell me about that Woodbine Mohawk Park qualifier?
It was a decent one, right? It was one of those ones where you can't really gauge it against the top finishers very much. She got away 7th. She did improve position. The thing that I liked about it is that while she didn't really, I think, show her hand in that qualifier at all, she did pace consecutively faster quarters, which is something that I've looked for many years in a morning prep situation. And horses have already come back to win out of that one. The winner already just came back to win in her most recent start. Captain Q was a winner at first asking. So obviously there's key race potential there as well. You got to respect the connections. 10-1 on the board right now, not a bad number. On a Bob McIntosh horse making their first lifetime start. So I think you've got to have her all over the High Five, maybe even a win ticket, if you want to try to beat the favorite. Okay,
I'll give you final word on your top selection. My Outside Voice holding at 5-1.
Yeah, that's a nice number on this one. I mean, I can't help but go back to her, Sugar. She let me down last time. I'll give her a chance for redemption tonight.
Go play. Gates moving for race number 5. The High Five opportunity maintaining favorite status here is 5. Starbet. She's a 3-5 player. Run in the Sun on the rail, then Dare Birdie, the first-time starter from McIntosh, Sunshine and Rain, Crown Princess. Then we've got Starbets, My Outside Voice, Dollywood. Flamin' Terror is going to trail out, top of the stretch. Maiden, fillies, and mares. Pick up speed. Here they come. They're off. Starbets left sharply. Sunshine and Rain up close. Outside driving third. My Outside Voice. Through the opening turn they travel. Starbets, the 3-5 choice, up top and in command. Second best, Sunshine and Rain. Traveling in third, My Outside Voice. Jumper in the backfield, Dollywood. Dollywood rolled off stride and is now well back and trailing. Not going much at all here. This all bets off filly being left alone to march through an opening quarter of 30-1. Starbets leading with Sunshine and Rain, who closed up as one of the longer shots at 30-1. Bravening right up here for Cullen. Third and in, My Outside Voice. Run in the Sun, traveling in fourth, considers the outside move. Staying in was the first-timer Dare Birdie, and now getting underway to the backfield, Flamin' Terror. There's some movement now in the form of Run in the Sun. Run in the Sun's going to travel first up for Hahn, getting tippy-tap reminders to go on. Half just 102-3. And Starbets, her race to win or lose. Starbets in complete control. Getting chased up here with 3/8 left to go. A little bit green on the lead as Run in the Sun continues to gain on the outside. Now Starbets, she's responding. Starbets by a length and a half. Long shot, Sunshine and Rain. She'll get every shot here. Third and wide, Run in the Sun. Fourth and in, My Outside Voice way up on the outside. Check out Crown Princess. Crown Princess pacing up a storm out of the backfield after 3 quarters. 1:32-4. Pocket Rocket. Sunshine and Rain's got upset on her mind. She shoves a neck in front with 1/8 of a mile left to go. Sunshine and Rain. Starbets could not hold her off. Here comes My Outside Voice in a 3-wide pass. Starbets came back against My Outside Voice. Very close on the line. Only a picture decides race number 5. Hold 'em all. Very close on the line. 5 Starbets, 6 My Outside Voice. It's these two together. Win Photo did go to the 5. Star Bet, she came on back for the victory. 5, 6, 3, 4, and 2 for the high five. Starbet, she was sitting on a win, and tonight she'll get there. In a Win Photo, fought on gamely to come back and win. Big back quarter there for the Fillies and Mares of 29 and change. Starbet's a 3-year-old daughter of All Bets Off from the Estrellas mare, Misty Moonstone. Owned and bred by Don and Heather McGregor. Trained by Peter Core, Garrett Rooney was on for this victory. This was Starbets. I believe Gracie's there. Winning caretaker, Starbets. Her first career victory. Spectacular. Looking daughter of All Bets Off. As good as advertised here at 3 to 5. Congratulations. Maiden mark of 202. She paid $350. That exactor came back at $11.30, and that's all right. Dollar try, $52.70. High five, 20 center, $236.04. More payouts. The double on to race 5, $11.50. Pick 3, just shy of $7. Dollar pick 4, $56.90. And a pick 5 for 20 cents, $178.35. So Run in the Sun was 6. Dare Birdie 5th. Sunshine and Rain 3rd. Crown Princess 4th. Starbets won it. My Outside Voice was 2nd. Dollywood 8th. Flamin' Terror 7th. 30 and 1, 102 and 3, 132 and 4, and again big back quarter there for the Fillies of 29 and 1. It's a win in 202. Starbets from the top of 6, 5, 3, 4, 1, 2, 8, and 7. Race 6 up next. Tyler Borth will be driving. Number 2, I Loved Her First. 7 starters all on gate here for the 6th race. Exactor try and super. 12 minutes out. Post parading now. Starters for race number 6. Got the non-winner 7,500 or a race lifetime. Number 1, Untimely Arrival. Peter Core stays on. Shares ownership and trains this one. Also in the ownership line, Raymond Core and Tom Hodgins. I Loved Her First is 2 for Wendy Warren Timpano, along with Sea Spray Stables Limited. Mike Timpano training. Tyler Borth is going back on board. Next on parade, I guess it's the 4. Greystone Vivian. There's the 3. 28 late. 28 late with 3. Lauren House for Dennis Jewett. The trainer's Larry Jewett. Then we're going to see the 4. Greystone Vivian for owner Gene Caddy. The trainer's Brent Ballore. Scott Coulter. Miss Macy 5. We'll try to make it 3 in a row for Bill Thompson. Kyle Boston's conditioned. Jason Ryan goes back on. Then the 6, Lady Jasmine for Neil Desborough. Neil trains. Ryan DeRoche up. And completing the line is number 7, Canada First Lady. That outside post 7, owned by Kyle and Braden Ribeling. It's Kyle training, Braden driving. Those are your starters. 7 Pacers, 4 race 6, Exactor Tri Superfecta. And before we get to talking up the horses, here, 4 race 6, happy birthday wishes going out to Caitlin Ribeling. She's turning 17 tomorrow and always watches her brother Braden drive the horses here in Ontario. So happy birthday, Caitlin Ribeling. Watching and cheering on her brother Braden aboard 7 Canada First Lady here. Caitlin turning 17 tomorrow. Have a good one. So here we go, talking up the horses and drivers for race number 6. Number 2, I Loved Her First. I believe you've got pegged as a top selection, Robert. Jay Harris had a big night here in London last night. It was 3 or 4 wins, I think 3. And is not with us tonight, but Tyler Borth in place. Not a bad replacement driver aboard 2, I Loved Her First.
No, a familiar face too, right? Was a easy winner, January 17th there. You know what, Sugar? I remember that race very well. Needed her in there. She was odds-on favorite, and she had the lead and was going along so strongly. I thought that when Tyler kind of let her out a notch, she kind of overpaced herself and almost made a bit of a miscue. Then she broke, obviously, in her latest start at Flamborough Downs. But I thought she was completely wrapped up on that occasion and a much the best winner. I thought that she's going to get bet off the board in here tonight, even off that miscue, 8-5. Now the money's starting to come for her. I think it should. And I think, she's a clear choice on top for me.
She looks all right. We're going to stay with her just to see how she gets around this turn. Tyler Borth back on board. Number 2, I Loved Her First. Made a gate break over Flamborough in her latest. Maybe a speed break off the card over the good going, but she'll have to mind her manners in here. She was smooth through that opening turn.
Yeah, she does. She looks really good on the track right now. And like I said, last time she was really strong, and I think she could have won by as much as she pleased.
Right.
And like I said, when Tyler kind of gave her head a little bit, she got a little bit stepped because she kind of overpaced herself. And I think that, tonight, I don't know if she's going to have to get fully extended really to get the job done in here. And now she's down to 2-5. I think other people probably wanted to see that score down, Sugar.
Yeah, I like watching the score downs, especially when they're taking action like that. A sharp drop, 2-5. How about 3? 28 late. I believe we've got some info passed along by driver Lauren House. And yes, indeed, noted that this one was a bit flat in her latest, and he's expecting more tonight. That is Lauren House supplying the bit on number 3, 28 late in here. Nose back on gates, got to be a big plus for this one.
Help her chances big time. She was fantastic going to the lead 2 back, and it was an easy winner, as easy as probably I Loved Her First was in her victory. And the other thing is, this is the one that got locked in, a few starts back anyways. Yeah. And last time, what's interesting? Maybe she came a little bit flat, but she's also making a move
Yeah.
into the race after the leader kind of got things her own way and a really slow middle half, right? So what chance does she really have to make up much ground? And she still only got beat 4 lengths to Oguda. So, Starbets was in there as well. So it's a nice form reference for her to come out of. And I think she's a good play underneath behind I Loved Her First. And if they ever line up that way, that might be the exacta.
How about the price? 8-1 at her right now. That's insane. Stealing insane from you, of course.
People jumping off, I guess, right? But there's other options, obviously. But I agree with you. I mean, she should be like 3 or 4 to 1 on here at most.
Yeah, I think so as well. Seconds away. Any final thoughts on this one? Number 4, Greystone Vivian, caught my eye on the end of her latest. She was finishing up strongly, but she's been a tricky sort.
She has, she's one I've been using underneath week after week at big numbers.
Yeah.
And you're right. She kind of gets funky going at times. But look at the money tonight, Sugar.
Yeah.
She's been like 47 to 1, 24 to 1, 50 to 1. We're 9 to 1 right now, and that number has not moved much throughout the betting.
Right. Folks have seen what I saw last time out. She finished up very strong. One to think about maybe for the exotics, number 4, Greystone Vivian, as they go in behind. Untimely Arrival, I Loved Her First, 28 late. Greystone Vivian, then Miss Macy trying for 3 in a row. Lady Jasmine, Canada First Lady. Those are your 7, 8th out. Picking up speed. Here they come. Off and pacing. I Loved Her First. 28 late. 1-2 off the car. Untimely Arrival securing a spot up close. She's 3rd. 4th best away for Miss Macy. Dropping into 5th was Lady Jasmine. That came ahead of Canada First Lady. And a slow get for the 4, Greystone Vivian. Taking control. 28 late here for House. 28 late. Took some late action here and took a sharp drop to 5-2. She's out there stepping away by 3. 28 late. Through an opening quarter mile at them in 29-4. She settles down into turn number 2. I Loved Her First. All alone to be 2nd. Untimely Arrival sitting 3rd. 4th best is Miss Macy. Then inside, Lady Jasmine, a move outside. Canada First Lady and a gapped off trailer in Greystone Vivian. To the half mile, an unchallenged 28 late. 28 late, still by 2. I Loved Her First for the trip in 2nd. Quickly now, moving into 3rd. Miss Macy will grind first up. Staying in was Untimely Arrival. Then it's back to the 5th and 6th ones. Lady Jasmine against Canada First Lady, and still nothing yet from Greystone Vivian. Half clocked up in a minute. And 4/5 into the backside they go. And it's 28 late. Little steppy there in the pocket. I Loved Her First. So Tyler Borth just with kid gloves on that one. Breakers in the backfield. Canada First Lady and Greystone Vivian made breaks, but they're still up. 130-2 for 3/4. Stepping away. 28 late, regrouping here in 2nd. I Loved Her First, and Borth is going to try her as they get ready to make the swing. 28 late, here comes I Loved Her First on the outside. These two together, still steppy on the outside. I Loved Her First, digging in. 28 late. 28 late, or I Loved Her First. I Loved Her First. She gets up in the final strides for Borth. 28 late was 2nd. 3rd goes to Miss Macy. It was Untimely Arrival to complete the superfecta. They flew that final 8th, and the latest battle went to I Loved Her First. 2 minutes, 3/5. Number 2, I Loved Her First. If she can keep it together, right, she can certainly fly. 2, 3, 5, and 1, your top 4 unofficial. Back for a winner's circle photo after going 2 for 2 in London. I loved her first. 3-year-old black filly by Bettor's Delight from the Major and Art Mare, Black Widow Baby. Owned by Wendy Warren Timpano and Sea Spray Stables Limited, Mike Timpano Training. Totterborth was on for this victory in 2 minutes 3/5. That becomes a new life best for I Loved Her First. Congratulations. She paid $350. Exactor came back at $720. Dollar Try, $775. Super for $1.26 even. Untimely Arrival was fourth. I Loved Her First was a winner. 28 Late second. Greystone Vivian 7th. Miss May C third. Lady Jasmine 5th. Canada First Lady 6. 29 and 4. A minute 4/5. 1:30 and 2. And a mile of 2 minutes 3/5. I Loved Her First. Paced home sharply. Top down a 4-1-2, 7-3, 5 and 6. Race 7 up and coming. No changes there. The opening leg of our late pick 5 features trotters going postward in about 8 minutes. You've also got the Exactor Try Superfecta to consider next. Righty, we'll get set to set up the late pick 5 tickets here following the replay. Do have that late driver change to pass along. One final update for drivers tonight over in race 10. In race 10, number 2, Baby Ruby. Make it Scott Coulter. Coulter now on 2 in race 10. 7 minutes away from our late pick 5. We'll talk up some ticket ideas following the replay.
A few tenuous moments there in race number 6. 4, I loved her first, but the odds-on favorite gets it done. And Sugar, we kind of saw that exacta playing out that way.
Yeah.
The lineup, I thought, might be reversed, but you could see Tyler Borth had a difficult time. A few moments in that dash keeping. I loved her first flat. So still some things to work on there, but she's got some gears when called upon, no question about it.
She's got a nice little engine under the hood, and she was absolutely smoking hot all the way through the stretch. They paced home likely 14 flat that final 8th. Late pick 5 starting up here in race number 7. A group of trotters. I went outside and Cheetah Lopov, who got a nice tidy trip last time out. Heavy duty, down from the prefers, does have that gate speed to work with, so that's where I'm going. The early speed outside, 6 and 7. I'll stick to it. I'm 4 deep in race 8. And cut it back to 3 deep, races 9 and 10. And if we get over to race number 11, number 1, Andy Over, so good in his latest victory over London. It was gate to wire back on January 24th. And then you've got Power and Grace, who gets a nice, easy spot to work with from post 3. And her a winner, her last time out in London. Going to the speed threats, 1 and 3 on the end of this pick 5 play. And you've got your ticket to talk up as well.
Yeah, for my ticket, Sugar, we'll say, same but different. We're on the same wavelength. But we've got a few differences here and there. So I added in the 4 Texaco Man because last time it was here at the Raceway. Scott Young did a great job keeping this one on his gate. Mm-hmm. He's had a difficult time over half-mile surfaces throughout his career. On that occasion was a winner. So I'm going to use him in here, 4, 6, 7. Over bet right now, in my opinion, even money, but still going to use him. 4, 6, 7 for me here in the opening leg. I did think Cheetah Lopov raced really well last time, and now he's getting back into that regular rotation, right? So got to like his chances tonight. 1, 5 for me in race 8. I thought those are the 2 that I want to land on in there. Do think it's a difficult event, but I had to narrow it down in there to 2, and I went with a 1 and 5. Okay. Race number 9, well, that was the monkey wrench race for us, right? Because Ethel was going to be my single with a bullet.
Everybody's single. Yeah.
And now it becomes wide open. 2, 5, 6 for me. I'm hoping that kind of covers it in there. Maybe credit Kawhi, but the trailing post does not bode well for that one, so I left her off. I'm just going to go with 2, 5, 6 in race number 9. Race 10, the 2, 3, and 4. I like Baby Ruby, but she's coming off a break and stride at Flamborough Downs. Life Speaks has been racing fantastic. 2 wins in her first 2 starts off the bench. Now this is 3rd start back, which is usually the magic number. But Makalu last time, got spun out, way out of it, went wide in the last turn. And really, missed by a length, but I think 2 steps past the wire, this one was in front. So I think you have to have her in play tonight. And she might kind of sneak past some in that in the pick 5 and pick 4 pool anyways. Race 11, I just singled up on Power and Grace. I agree with you. Andy Over has been so good on the half-mile surface and was fantastic here January 24th. But I thought that Power and Grace, got the better of that one last time they met, and since then has raced really well at Mohawk Park. So I just singled up on her in there.
It's a nice sequence throughout here. There's nothing really jumping off the page for a single. I know you like that Power and Grace in the finale. You're siding with that one. But for me, it's just a real nice sequence to go along with, and quite a few trots involved in this late one. As we await the post parade, race number 7. Race number 7 was a race where we had many of our trainers and drivers supplying bits as we see them heading out for the parade. In the 7th race, Lauren House, the bit for 2. Daylon Midnight. Even bunch with lots of early speed. The best trip wins in here, says Lauren House. He's driving 2. Daylon Midnight. And again, there are more bits here. We had 5 of them, I believe, for race number 7. Here's Francis Gilmet. Texaco Man, not a horse for the half-milers, can still get some cake here with driver Scott Young. Get some cake, Scott Young aboard the 4. Texaco Man for Francis Gilmet. Natasha Day mentions about the 5, Show Me the Magic. This horse is Cinderella here, trying on new shoes. Small check would be a bonus. These are nuggets found at our website, westernfairdistrict.com/raceway. Natalie Elliott, owner, trainer of 7 Heavy Duty, feeling well and had a good week training, says Elliott about the 7 Heavy Duty. And one more to look at here, the 8 Muscles of Plenty. Preston Shaw, already in the winner's circle, raced great last week, now facing tougher, plus it's a trailing post. Thank you, Horses and Drivers, supplying those bits of info. 5 of them here for race number 7. Here's a look at the field. Number 1, Timeout Houdini. It's Colin Kelly driving for ECS Racing LLC. The trainer, Steve Bossens. Number 2, Daylon Midnight. It's Lauren House on board for David Lemon, along with Gord Yo. It's Jen Pinkerton training. Angie Carroll owning and training number 3, Trade Barrier, Alfie Carroll. Then the 4, it's going to be Texico Man for Francis Guillemette, along with Michel Danfous. Francis training Scott Young tonight. Doug Millard, the owner, Natasha Day training and driving 5, Show Me the Magic. Cheetah Lopoff is 6, Brett McDonald. For Nicholas Malcolm, the trainer's Ron McDonald. 7 outside, Heavy Duty, Aged Trotter of the Year, 2022 at the Raceway. Goes out for owner, trainer, Natalie Elliott, Ryan DeRoche up. And trailing out the 8 Muscles of Plenty for Patricia Gibb, Joe Shaw training, Preston Shaw on board. Muscles of Plenty. That's your field. 8 trotters. Opening leg of our late pick 5. Exactor Tri Superfecta. Money getting spread around on the lot of them here. A wide open trotting event here in race number 7. I guess Lauren House said it best, Robert, in his bid when he said it's an even bunch. The best trip will win it.
Yeah, it really is. This is a race where, I think the great equalizer too has been the post draw, because I think you're right, Sugar. The best 2 in the race with better draws would probably be the 6 and 7. But we know that can be a little bit tricky, especially if horses to their inside leave out. I mean, I wouldn't want to be trying to come from off the pace tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And the both, could get spun out in the early going. I mean, they're both fast off the gate.
Mm-hmm.
But, like you said, this looks like an even bunch. And, it'll be interesting to see how it shakes out off the switch.
Texico Man, last time he was here, I believe, was a winner. One of my favorite announcers, Ghislaine Paquette, was on board to announce the action. He got Texico Man home for the victory, and if Ghislaine is watching and tuned in tonight, it was great to have you in the announcer booth here in London. 2-1 currently on number 4, Texico Man. You like him?
It was, yeah. And I remember you could feel the passion in that race call, because he it wasn't like Texico Man just won it, in easy fashion.
Mm-hmm.
He was, kind of stacked up on the outside, rolled wide, and he was flying late to go past them all.
Yeah.
It was against an easier group. On that occasion, I doubted my man Scott Young a little bit, only in the sense that I thought that Texico Man might not be able to stay flat over the surface, but he did a fantastic job, keeping him on his gait. And I paid dearly for it, because I played against him at a short price on that occasion. And I think, this is a group that he can get the better of again tonight with the right trip. But you also have to factor in, I mean, it's a horse that does not usually stay flat over a shorter track. So
hey, the trainer supplied that info right up front. He said this is not a trotter for the half milers, Francis Guillemette.
No, again, I think that, coming here, the hope is that Scott Young can get it done again, right? and listen, maybe he can, and that's why I do have him on top, because he certainly proved me wrong last time. But I thought the price would be better than that 2-1. Yeah. I know he was kind of short in the morning line, but that price is a little bit too short for my liking right now. But I do think he's got a big chance.
How about the price on Cheetah Lopoff? We're looking at him 9-2. That's all right.
It is. It's definitely all right. I was a big fan of him last time at 23-1, if you remember, Sugar. And when he got away off the gate, man, was I ever excited. And he still, things didn't go his way really throughout the mile, but he ended up turning in a real big effort till to be second, beaten only a length to a well-meant winner in Eyes of Justice. So I think you've got to respect him in here. And if you can get away well from post 7 on that occasion, he's going to likely try to get forwardly placed against tonight. 9-2 is a fair number.
Yeah.
And I'd likely side there on a win ticket over Tetsuko Man at this point.
You know what? This late pick 5, well supported, way up over $10,000 now. And we'll get a look at 7 Heavy Duty. We're going to celebrate his 2022 season this Saturday night. Age Trotter of the Year for Natalie Elliott. Ryan Darash did most of the driving. Early speed threat right here, even from the 7 hole.
He is, and I mean, well deserving of that award. 10 for 37 last season, 19 on the board finishes, and a horse that, by all rights, should be one of the bosses at this level. Right? He's been competitive racing at the preferred ranks. Post 7, though, I don't mind when a horse has speed from out there. I just don't like it when the horses directly to his left also have speed. So, like I said, be interesting to see how it kind of shakes out off the switch. If he gets away well, he's got a big chance, but he's versatile.
Yeah.
I've seen him race from off the pace and do okay.
I was thinking 6-7, 7-6 it lines up, but then you look at the rail and you've got Time Houdini looking to throw the wrench into things.
Oh, yeah. He's not going to give up too many spots off the gate. I don't know if he's going to be around at the wire, but with the rail control, he's not taking down to anybody, I don't think. I mean, he'll take a pocket, but he's not going to let them line up in front of him. I really think he's going forward off the switch.
Wonderful. Setting up race 7, start of our late pick 5. There is still time. You'd have to hurry, though. The gate's moving. Tamal Houdini on the inside, then DeLon Midnight, Trade Barrier, Texaco Man, Show Me the Magic, Cheetah Lopov, Heavy Duty for 7, Trotters on gate, 1 late, Muscles Aplenty. A 16th out, here they come. They're off, and the speed does come from the outside, too. They are going to line up. Heavy Duty and Cheetah Lopov, those two already with a bit of separation on them. Time Houdini left out to be 3rd, and 4th best away for the trailing spot. Muscles Aplenty backed off into 5th as they bend around that opening turn. That was DeLon Midnight. Next in line 6, Texaco Man is minding his manners. And next to last came Trade Barrier, the trailer. Show Me the Magic, opening quarter-mile leader. Heavy Duty here for Darash. 29 seconds flat. Looking for the second quarter breather now. Cheetah Lopov is 2nd. Trotting 3rd. Time Houdini. Muscles Aplenty continuing 4th. Then it's DeLon Midnight. It's a peek to the outside in 6th. Texaco Man. That's got DeLon Midnight thinking about it. That's got... outside now, Muscles Aplenty. Muscles Aplenty rolling for Shaw. It's a lap to go for pace setter Heavy Duty. 59-4 was his halftime. He was 30-4 through the rated second frame. Heavy Duty on top. Here comes Muscles Aplenty mounting the challenge here with 3/8 left to go. And it's Cheetah Lopov in 3rd. Out there in 4th, Texaco Man. And out there, 3rd over, DeLon Midnight, a buried 6th for Time Houdini. Nothing yet from Trade Barrier, nor Show Me the Magic as they race on down the backstretch. 2nd and final time, way out there, Muscles Aplenty, Heavy Duty, not throwing in the towel just yet. 3 deep on the outside now. There goes Texaco Man. Cheetah Lopov, locked and blocked 4th, and in behind a wall, DeLon Midnight, 3/4, 129-2, and it's still Heavy Duty, and it's still Muscles Aplenty, 3 deep. Texaco Man, the answer, is going to get another one home and cooled here. Texaco Man, young for Gilmet. Close for 2nd. Cheetah Lopov was up against DeLon Midnight. Muscles Aplenty finishes 4. 2 minutes, 2/5. Texaco Man at even money. All alone on the line, Texaco Man. Place photo goes to 2 Daylon Midnight. Over 6 Cheetah Lopov. 8 Muscles of Plenty. Finishes 4th as the longest shot on the board. 4, 2, 6, and 8. It's the even numbered Superfecta. Scott Young returning with Texaco Man. 8-year-old son of Chapter 7 from the SJ's Caviar Mare. Up front, Hotzi for the ownership group of Francis Guillemette along with Michel Danfous. Francis training. Here's the answer. Scott Young for the driving double as Texaco Man returns and wins in 2 minutes. 2/5. He starts up our late pick 5 at even money. Congratulations. $4 even for Texaco Man. Exactor $31. Dollar try $54.80. Super for a buck $500. $95.40. The 20 center worth $119.08. Timeout Houdini finished 8. Daylon Midnight second. Trade Barrier 6. Texaco Man, your race winner. Show Me the Magic 7. Cheetah Lopov third. Heavy Duty finished 5th. Muscles of Plenty 4th. 29, 59, and 4. 129 and 2. The mile was 2 minutes 2/5 for Texaco Man. His 13th career victory, his first in 2023. It comes in London. Top down 826-17354. Our 8th is next. Trotter still here for the upcoming 8th. Exactor Try Super, the start of our late pick 4, 11 minutes to post time.
Texaco Man might not generally like a half-mile surface, but Scott Young certainly has the answer to that one here at the Raceway, because he was the easiest kind of winner again. And Sugar, you know what? How about Scott Young with that steer, right? You can't ask for a better drive.
Yep.
And really, tonight, he's given 2 picture-perfect steers. And like I said, when you have a baby, expenses start to pile up, right? A little motivation for Scotty.
You know what? Lauren House, who did finish second in there, said it best prior to the race. He said the best trip will win it. And certainly Scott had him in perfect positioning there. And I just had to send along a message to our friend, Ghislaine Paquette. I said, remember the time you called in London? Well, we were just talking about you, and here Texaco Man, he wins again. So I'll wait to hear back from Ghislaine. Always a pleasure catching up with him. But great to see Guillemette showing up at the winner's circle, and Young there for his driving double on this card. Wonderful to see. So we've got a late pick 4 starting up here in race number 8. Texaco Man, if I could go back, right? If I could go back, he'd be in that opening line of pick 5. But here we go. We'll start and chase after this late pick 4 in London. Trotter still. Going to try Spun from Magic. It's back on the rotation. Second time Lasix. And I like what trainer Cassidy Schneider had to say. Her bit of info passed along was that she would expect more from him tonight. Spun from Magic on the rail. Also including Peter Crown, Cloud9 Hanover, Surprisey. Over to race number 9, the 2 Compass Rose to Be, the 5 Cheddar's Delight, and 6 Sporty Lil Vixen. Gotta use her. 10th race, Baby Ruby, Life Speaks, Macaloo, and on the end, Andy Over, Power and Grace. I think we can get the job done in this late pick 4, but with what I've got picked out here, and I know you've got a shot at your late pick 4 as well, and you're still going forward in the pick 5 with old Texaco Man.
Yeah, even money, right? Listen, I thought that was a shorter price than he would have gone off at there. Right. I know he was 2-1 morning lot, but I guess people jumped on the Scott Young gets along with him well angle. And by the way, I got to say, Sugar, if you could have bet the lineup, if there was a prop bet in the lineup, you would have cashed pretty nicely, right? Getting 7-6 down as the lineup.
The speed, they lined up, and I thought, okay, here we go. It is going to be 6-7, 7-6 throughout, but no, they just couldn't keep it going. But if you could bet the leaders to the opening quarter or something like that, we might do all right.
Would have been all right. I said to someone during the race, I said, nobody calls a lineup like Sugar does. I'm telling you, so often you'll give the lineup exactly right before the word go, and that's the way it ends up. But here we go. So late pick 4 for me. I'm going 1-5 here in the opening leg. I do like Spun for Magic's chances, and I think we might see a much better effort from that one tonight. Cloud9 Hanover has got to be on the ticket. Right now, they're the 2 taking the support. No surprise there. Race 9, again, left wide open by the scratch of the 4 Ethel. Sure. I'm on 2, 5, 6 in there. Do I feel great about it? Probably not really, but I still think those are the main ones you want to be on. Race 10, I think that the 3 in the race that you've got to focus on are the 2 Baby Ruby, the 3 Life Speaks, and the 4 Macaloo. I'd love to, get behind Macaloo in there, but I just don't know what the trip scenario is going to be. And Baby Ruby is one I've been really fond of. And she's raced fantastic on a half, except for the time that she made the break here, where she ended up coming back to really be a good second before getting placed back to 8th. So I think she's one you've got to respect in race number 10. But I'm 2, 3, 4 in there. Race 11, singling up on Power and Grace. I just thought she's been racing so well lately. I think it's got to be, down the road attempt, even though there is speed to her inside. I just think she's the class of that group. And, well, I do think Andy Over is one you've got to respect, especially his most recent work here at the Raceway. I'm going to single up on Power and Grace.
Right on. Let's go back and talk about Baby Ruby a bit there in race number 10. She did make a break here in London. It was late December. Then she goes up to Flamborough New Year's Eve and wins going away. Now, she makes a break in her latest. I don't know. They went out and won last time off the break, but really you want to get your clean line in to stay off the qualifying list. So, Baby Ruby, what do they do in race 10?
Yeah, the off track, though, I think might save them on that, doesn't it? If you're on a...
Oh, yes. Right? Like, that's a free square then, right? A free square, okay.
I'll be honest with you. It gets me sometimes writing the Horse Players Journal because the old school logic is, back-to-back breaks, you end up qualifying. But now that new rule of off track, they give you a free pass. I'm not sure I agree with that, but hey, listen, it's a rule nonetheless. The win though at Flamborough, by the way, January 7th, and I marveled about this in the Horse Players Journal a few times.
Right.
Even though it didn't work out for Mohawk, she had no right to win that time. She honestly it seemed like she was so far back, and she lunged them at the wire. She came home in 30-3, but it was visually impressive, So I'm looking forward to what she does tonight.
Okay, and I guess then she's not so much in need of the clean line. So even though she breaks last time, it was over a good track. So she'll get 2 more chances to get the job done, and we'll look forward to Baby Ruby then in race number 10. Live money in play following leg 1 of our late pick 5. You get the even money fave in top there with Texaco Man leaving 7,754 live and in play from the pick 5 pool, just shy of $20,000. Here we go. Starters on parade. The Trotters for race 8 begins our late pick 4. You're looking at 1 spun from Magic. Second time Lasix here for Colonel Schneider Jr. Cass Schneider training. Garrett Rooney's in the bike. Here's Paul McKenzie up on 2. Peter Crown for owner-trainer Steve Watson. Then number 3, Chili and Toast, Brett McDonald for Bud and Lindsay St. Clair. Sharing ownership is Tom Strachan. Bud does the training. Playful Elegance for Dennis Duford owning. Ashley Duford trains Totterborth. Then the 5, Cloud 9 Hanover, owned by Jeff Mayhew, trained by Lindsay Kerr. Travis Henry up. Number 6, Petro Angel, Todd and Moore for owner-trainer Daryl Laver. 7 outside, Mojave, Hanover for Francis Guillemette along with Eric Beausejour and Stefan Geoffroy. Francis training Scott Young on board the 7. And then the trailing spot for 8, Sorprese. This one for Howard Kaufman, Bryn Mawr, Josh Kaufman, Mark Goddard, training and driving. Those are your trotters for race number 8, Exactor Tri Super, the late Big Four, starting up. Alrighty, 8th race. Starters on track, getting set to go postward here soon. There is still some time to wager in on this late pick 4 current favorite spun from Magic 3-2, 8-5 right now on number 5, Cloud 9 Hanover. And top selection for yourself, Robert.
Yeah, top pick for me. Listen, I feel like a bit of a chalk player right now. We've got 9-5 and 6-5. Listen, it's okay. I mean, I looked at this race and I thought that, they were the two best in the race. I thought Cloud 9 Hanover is one that's kind of been warming up to a big effort. Now getting down in class, right? Racing for a barn that, has had some wins as of late as well. So I just thought that Cloud 9 Hanover found, the right spot, as usually call it, Sugar. And I was hoping for a better price than 8-5. I thought the money would come for Spun from Magic. A lot of boxes being ticked on that one, and maybe Cloud 9 Hanover might, kind of slip through the cracks here, but not happening right now at 3-2.
Right on. Cloud 9 Hanover not going to slip through the cracks at all. Travis Henry on board for trainer Lindsay Kerr as we go well up and over that $5,000 guaranteed pool on the late pick 4. Here's Garrett Rooney sitting on board the one spun from Magic. We thought he'd show a little more last time out, though he had missed a little more than a month. He was adding Lasix a little too quick to open things up. I mean, he's down to the quarter, 28-1, half 58-4, and a beaten favorite there. But you know what? Still not a bad showing, being off a month and carving out a very quick half. But second time Lasix always been the angle for me.
It has, and this, like I said, ticks a lot of boxes, right?
Yeah.
Off a couple of breaks, too, going into his latest. You get now second time Lasix, second time trotting hobbles, back in a regular rotation after missing a month, dropping down in class. Like, it's just a lot going on for Spun for Magic here. And I think, you don't mind that from a horse, right? Racing off the bench when they kind of get put into play, they kind of get used hard. Fades back to 6, but now has that effort under their belt. So I think similar kind of situation tonight. Maybe he keeps on going, and he merits respect in here. He 7-5. Yeah, he's taking it though.
He looks real good here. I remember seeing him at the yearling sale here in London some 5 years ago. Spun from Magic. He was a really, really big Cadabra colt, and still the size is there, and he looks very, very good here. I mean, the body language is that he's nice and loose and confident looking. That's the word I'm looking for. Confident, here. Number 1 Spun from Magic.
Yeah, he does. He really nice pre-race presentation now from Spun from Magic, and probably going to make that price go a little bit shorter, right at 7-5 right now. And that rail control, can be important for him too, because he is speedy off the gates. And those trotting couples, if they do their work for him, keep him on his gate, he will likely be tough to catch in here.
Some horses just show it. He's just showing it there. Spun from Magic. All he has to do is mind his manners. How about 6 Petro Angel for Laver? I know you've backed this one in the past.
Yeah, I've backed this one many, many times. In the barn of Daryl Laver, right? Happy to see them get into the win column tonight with Rosella. And, Petro Angel's one that I think that, you look back at those last efforts, a couple of trailing posts in her last 3. And last time, I thought it wasn't the worst effort in the world to finish 4th. I mean, Jessica, I think is one that we would probably get behind in here. Price play at 14-1. Don't have them in my pick 5, but when you got to use in the exotics.
Okay, so I'm going Spun from Magic. I'm going to give you a price play right now as a part of the maybe exactors, Tri Superfecta. Number 3, Chili and Toast. I'm expecting more from that one. Cassidy's expecting more from the one Spun from Magic. I'm expecting more from 3, Chili and Toast. Longest shot on the board, 30-1. Here we go. Gates moving. Race number 8. Spun from Magic on the rail. Then it's Peter Crown, Chili and Toast, Playful Elegance, Cloud 9 Hanover, Petro Angel, Mojave Hanover farthest out trailing. is Sorpresi. Those are your trotters. Opening leg, late pick 4 in London. Picking up speed, here they come. This is race 8. It starts right now. They're off. Chili and Toast leaving sharply. Spun from Magic towards the inside. These two together as they head towards the opening 8. Spun from Magic. Here's your 1 to 2 favorite leading. And here's Chili and Toast looking to back off for a pocket ride at 40 to 1. Traveling in third, Peter Crown. Fourth best away is Cloud9 Hanover. Then in fifth, Playful Elegance. Next in line, 6, Sorpresi. Next to last was Petro Angel trailing the field. Mojave Hanover, 28 and 2 for a fired up leader in Spun from Magic for Rooney. Right there in second. Chili and Toast getting a dreamy trip here tonight. At 3/8 completion, Chili and Toast makes a move to the outside here. So Spun from Magic, Chili and Toast, these two on the half-mile approach. Chili and Toast outside and driving against Spun from Magic. Trotting third, Peter Crown, fourth and switching wide now. There goes Cloud9 Hanover over the half and 59 and 3. 31 and 1, second quarter. And it's Spun from Magic and Chili and Toast still trading blows. Inside a trotting third, Peter Crown out there in fourth. There goes Cloud9 Hanover cover for Playful Elegance out of the backfield. Sorpresi is 6. Way up on the outside is going to be Mojave Hanover for Young. And along the inside went Petro Angel, 129 and 4 3/4, bunching up near the front and outside. Cloud9 Hanover shoves ahead in front of Spun from Magic. Playful Elegance at the big numbers coming on and up between trotters as they come out of that final turn. That is a Sorpresi widest of all. Mojave Hanover through the stretch into the mile. This is Cloud9 Hanover up against Spun from Magic. Spun from Magic digging down deep. Cloud9 Hanover or Spun from Magic, another picture time in London. Playful Elegance appeared to be third over Sorpresi, 2:01. Very close on the line. 5, Cloud9 Hanover, or 1, Spun from Magic. Can't separate them. Still waiting on a win photo here in race number 8. Very close between 1 and 5. As mentioned, can't separate them. It's a dead heat. Dead heat for race number 8 between 1, Spun from Magic, and 5, Cloud9 Hanover. Dead heating in race number 8. Finishing third was the 4, Playful Elegance. Then the 8, Sorpresi fourth. Dead heating for the win are 1 and 5. On to the 4 and 8. So again, we had the dead heat for race number 8. We do have the 1, Spun from Magic here for Owner Colonel Schneider Jr., Cassidy Schneider training. Garrett Rooney was on for the Dead Heat victory. 6-year-old stallion son of Kadabra from the Muscle Mass mare. I'm a Munchie Girl. Involved in the Dead Heat with the 5 Cloud9 Hanover. That one, a 10-year-old son of Muscle Massive from the Malabar Man. Amitats, Jeff Mayhew of London owning. Lindsay Kerr condition. Travis Henry driven to the Dead Heat win, number 5. A Cloud9 Hanover. Again, a multiple exactor try. Superfecta payoffs here with the 1 and 5 Dead Heating over the 4 and 8. So it's 210 for Spun from Magic and 260 for Cloud9 Hanover on win prices. And again, multiple tickets for the exactor tries and superfectas here. Spun from Magic was first in the Dead Heat. Peter Crown, 5th. Chilean Toesdate. Playful Elegance, 3rd. Cloud9 Hanover, 1st in the Dead Heat. Petro Angel, 7th. Mojave Hanover, 6th. Sorpresi was 4th. 28 and 2, 59 and 3. 129 and 4. The mile was 201 for both Spun from Magic and Cloud9 Hanover. From the top, 1. Dead Heat, 5, 8, 3. 1. Dead Heat, 7, 6, and 4. Ninth up and coming, we're 10 minutes away from a group of pacing fillies and mares. 7 of them now after the scratch of number 4, Ethel. And put a blind bridle in 2, Compass Rose de V. 9 minutes from the exactor try, Super Pick 3 starting up. There's that Dead Heat for the win photo between Spun from Magic. He led all the way, and then the closer, Cloud9 Hanover. Too close to call, of course. Dead Heating, Spun from Magic, Cloud9 Hanover. There we go. 9th race up and coming with a few minutes left prior to a post parade here. A few nuggets. Again, you can find these on our website on race day, supplied by our horse people. Trainers, drivers, owners chime in. Race number 9, the one, Lauren House, driving Lola's Sunshine, was sharp in latest, plus the rail helps. This one is a consistent grinder. Lauren House with the one, Lola's Sunshine, here in the 9th. Another one, supplied by owner Mark Horner here with the sporty Lil Vixen. Mark mentioning she's been a pleasant surprise. It'll be a tougher test here and will need a trip, but now I can tell you this came before the scratch of Ethel, so maybe not such a tough test for the 6 sporty Lil Vixen. And thank you, Lauren and Mark, supplying our nuggets here for race number 9 up and coming. Your field of Pacers on parade here. It's the 9th. Fillies and Mares, non-winners, 25,000 life. Getting a look at one, Lola's Sunshine for the owners, Tom Broadhurst, Don Douglas, as well as Scott and Brad McNiven. Scott trains, Lauren House aboard. Number 2, Compass Rose de V. This one puts a blind bridle on tonight for owner Steve Adams, the trainers Jake Roberts, Colin Kelly. Play Like Carrera 3, Brett McDonald for owner-trainer Darian Ham. Number 4 was a scratch. 5 is Cheddar's Delight. Garrett Rooney pottits for Linda Richardson, along with Lindsay Sinclair. Bud Sinclair trains. Garrett Rooney's up. Sporty Lil Vixen 6, Mike Horner, training and driving for Doug Wilson and Mark Horner. Outside chance for 7, Straight Talker. It's Doug Hastings and Brian Daly sharing ownership. Michael Carther training. Todd and Moore on 7. And then the 8, Credit Kawai. It's Todd and Morth driving for Lisa DeRoche, the trainer Patrick Bissett. Reduced field of 7 here on race number 9. The Exacta Tri Super, a pick 3 opportunity. And right now, it's a chance for us to send out birthday wishes to trainer Michael Carther, sending out the 7, Straight Talker. So Michael's family is watching and cheering on Straight Talker here in the 7th. Michael Carther, happy birthday. Enjoy the rest of your night with us, and best of luck with 7, Straight Talker here in the 9th. Getting a look at some of the field here as they prep for race number 9. And Robert, just before we get to the 2, Compass Rose de Vie, I just watched the 1, Lola Sunshine, score down very quick. I mean, Lauren House is thinking leaving all day with the mare Lola Sunshine on the rail. But I just thought I'd feed you that info, as we did have 2 Compass Rose de Vie in the monitor. I know it's your top selection.
Well, no, that's the info I want to hear, right? I mean, we like to have horses that are going to be, displaying their intentions before the race, and Lola Sunshine scoring down, I think, is going to, give us a good indication of what their game plan is going to be.
Big time.
6-1 on that one now, so that's great information to relay. I did go with the 2 Compass Rose de Vie on top. I thought last time, it was first over a long way, ended up getting the lead. Was third place, second. Of course, that was in the race that Ethel got disqualified, and and had to come down in that effort. But I thought that Compass Rose de Vie raced okay in defeat in that race, and it was one that we were really fond of the performance of 3 back when she lunged at the wire to get up by a head in 28-4 in the end of her mile. So I thought she was the obvious one to go to in here. She's 3-2 in the board. Nothing sexy about the price right now, but I think she is the most likely one to emerge victorious.
Right on. There are others to think about in here. Number 6, Sporty Lil Vixen. Mark Horner chimed in with a bit of info there. He mentions this is a tougher test, but the real tough one, Ethel, came out. So it gets a little bit easier for Sporty Lil Vixen.
It does get easier for sure, because, I mean, Ethel looked like, if she went out there and just kind of minded her manners, she would kind of get a layup against this group. Now, with her out of it, Sporty Lil Vixen, while she is, in theory, still making a significant move up the class ladder, I don't think she's in over her head by any stretch of imagination here. And she, merit a tag of 5-2 right now. I'm not so sure about that, Sugar, but I think she can still, be a part of the exotics and even be right there at the wire.
Alrighty, a little over a minute to play race number 9. This one opening up our late pick 3. Getting a look at 5, Cheddar's Delight. Early speed threat, though she has missed some time.
Yeah, she has, and that's the big question, right? Is it missing, 3 weeks of action? Is she going to be blasting out of there from post 5? I think she is probably the quickest one off the switch here if she wants to be. It's just a matter of, do they want to do that first start back, right? If she gets to the front, she can go a long way on the lead. I think if she just gets, anywhere forwardly placed, she can still land somewhere in the exotics.
Right on, nearing post time. It's race number 9. Again, opening leg of the pick 3 play. Seconds away, the 8-horse Credit Kawai, likely following out speed now after seeing a 1 Lola Sunshine score down.
Yeah, it's interesting because Credit Kawai is kind of hampered with that trailing post. That's a horse that's kind of got all kinds of early foot, right? If Credit Kawai can be on the helmet of Lauren House with Lola Sunshine and they bust out of there, could be interesting to see where they both get away. I mean, Credit Kawai all of a sudden could get put into play off the switch somewhere and have a chance to land somewhere, get a big piece of the 7-2. I think is probably a short price from back there with a horse that I think her chances go up dramatically with her nose on the gate, but it's going to be difficult from behind one off the switch tonight.
Here's the thing. I saw Lola's Sunshine score down. We didn't have it on the monitors. I loved the score down. I loved the price. I think House puts her in play. She's a must play for me. Final thoughts?
Well, listen, you've talked me into it. I mean, 5-1 on a horse with rail control.
Yeah.
And listen, score downs are something that, when you're live at the track, Sugars, you're watching for that, right?
Oh,
That's
for
what
sure.
you want to see. So,
yeah.
I mean, might be worth taking a shot here on one that's got early foot and really belongs against this group at 5-1.
First one on the wings, number 7, Straight Talker, Michael Carther, celebrating his birthday. He trains this one. Nothing better than showing up in the winner's circle on your birthday, right?
Absolutely, Sugar. There's nothing better than a win on your birthday.
Right on. Gates moving. 9th race in London. We've got Lola Sunshine, then Compass Rose de V, Play Like Carrera, Cheddar's Delight, Sporty Lil Vixen, Straight Talker. Those are your 6 starters on gate. Lone Trailer and Credit Kauai. 1/8 of a mile from the start. Pacing fillies and mares. Pickup speed. Here they come. Off and pacing as expected. Lola Sunshine came out quickly. Up on the outside, Straight Talker with the outside move. Lola Sunshine, Straight Talker, these two together. Plugged in there in third is Credit Kauai, a handful for Boris. Settling into fourth was a Compass Rose de V. To the opening quarter mile they travel. Straight Talker in command, though Lola Sunshine already out for the retake. And at 2-1, Lola Sunshine brisking to the front in 28-3. Straight Talker went on hold in second. It's Credit Kauai in third. Fourth best away, Compass Rose de V. An early decision to make for that one. She's right on the bit for Kelly. Traveling in fifth, Play Like Carrera, the back markers. Cheddar's Delight, Sporty Lil Vixen would have to come from last. Down in front of us they travel. This is Lola Sunshine, released as a 2-1 second choice in command. Up on the outside and on the wheel now, Credit Kauai for Borth. 58-4 halftime speed for Lola Sunshine within a neck. Credit Kauai with them in third. Straight Talker fourth and wide. Compass Rose de V saving ground. Play Like Carrera switching out. Cheddar's Delight and trailing, not out of it though by any means, Sporty Lil Vixen. Down the backside, a second and final time here for Lola Sunshine. Traveling in second, that is Credit Kauai. 3-1 on the outside. Now there goes Compass Rose de V under a full head of Colin Kelly steam. 3/4 in 129 flat, heads apart, bending into the final turn. Lola Sunshine still there, still coming on the outside. Credit Kauai 3 deep, bumpy gated at that. Compass Rose de V in behind a wall. Straight Talker into the stretch, and it's Lola Sunshine. Credit Kauai not going away. Straight Talker on the outside. Here's Compass Rose de V. 4 across. Lola Sunshine by ahead. Lola Sunshine for house winning over long shot Straight Talker. Credit Kauai involved in the top 3. 159-3. Lola Sunshine, she scored down like Lorne House meant business. Wins by a head over long shot Straight Talker. Nothing wrong with the deuce. On your birthday, trainer Michael Carther. 1, 7, 8, and 2, your top 4 unofficial. Here's the one, Lola Sunshine, coming back, 4-year-old daughter of Sunshine Beach, from the Western Hanover mare, Lola Palooza. For Scott and Brad McNiven, along with Tom Broadhurst and Don Douglas. Scott McNiven training Lorne House driving. Here's winning caretaker Kim McNiven out, grabbing hold of Lola Sunshine. Pretty much wired them up here tonight for her 5th career win. And it's her first of 2023. taking on all comers throughout in 159-3. Lola's Sunshine. Congratulations. She paid $670. That exactor $189.80. Dollar try $490.05. How about the Superfecta? Here's a 2-to-1 shot winning on a 6-horse field. $1,571.85. The 20 center came back at $314.37. Incredible. Lola Sunshine won it. Compass Rose de V finished 4th. It was a 7-horse field. My bad. 7-horse field because Play Like Carrera finished 7th. The 4 had scratched. Cheddar's Delight 5th. Sporty Lil Vixen 6th. Straight Talker 2nd. Credit Kauai finished 3rd. 28-3, 58-4, 129. The mile was 159-3. Lola Sunshine. Top down 147. Scratch 5, 623. 10th up and coming. Just 9 minutes away. Put Scott Coulter on number 2. Baby Ruth. Exacta Try Super Late Double up next in 9. Here's the win photo. Buy ahead. Another Track Nuggets victory here in London, supplied by Lord House. Mentioned that she was sharp and latest, plus the rail was going to help and a consistent grinder. Well, when she scored down like she did, that was all we needed to know she'd be a serious factor in there. Took plenty of late action there. Wins by ahead over Long Shot. Straight Talker. 6 minutes, wagering time. The upcoming 10th race, Exacta Try Super Late Double against Scott Coulter will be driving 2, Baby Ruby. Live money updates. Pick 5, 1287 live and in play from the pool of $19,000 plus. That after leg number 3. And for the pick 4, live money update. Pick 4 had a pool of over $14,000. It's $2,566 in play following the Dead Heat wins by spun from Magic Cloud9 Hanover onto Lola's Sunshine at 2-1. Race 10 info supplied by driver Anthony Hahn concerning number 3, Life Speaks. He's a co-owner. He's a driver with Meg Crone. She shares ownership and trains this one. Life Speaks as 2 for 2 in 2023. Anthony mentioning that this mare has had a good week and draws well, hoping for another solid performance. Maybe goes 3 for 3 tonight. Number 3, Life Speaks, opens at 3-5. Full sprinting now. Starters for race number 10, being led by the one, Better Deal. This one for owner Gino Toscani, trainer-driver Andre Goish. At post 2, Baby Ruby. This one for ICR Racing, trainers Kenny Oliver. Make the driver Scott Coulter. Number 3, Life Speaks, trying to go 3 for 3 this season in London. Anthony Hahn, Meg Crone, sharing ownership with Meg Training. Anthony drives. 4, it's Macaloo. Macaloo for Don and Heather McGregor. The trainers Peter Core, driving Garrett Rooney. Then Bunny Mansion, 5, owned and trained by Kyle Bossens. Jason Ryan up. And then the 6 outside, L'Argent Ladybug, Tyler Borth for owner Larry Lane. The trainer is Patrick Bissett. Those are your starters. 6 pacers then for race number 10. Here we go then, getting a look at the field prior to race number 10, Baby Ruby as a top selection for yourself, Robert. Lola Sunshine, Lauren House, take no prisoners approach, right?
Yeah, you called it though. That score down information, Sugar, was very key there. And when you said that, the thought had to be that was going to be the game plan.
Yeah.
And Lauren had one thing on his mind. I'll be honest, head of the stretch, I did not think there was any way she was going to win because she kind of drifted off the rail. The horse, the birthday horse, was coming up the inside. I mean, all kinds of things were working against her, but somehow she gets it out and hangs on.
Well, he mentioned she's a consistent grinder, and that's exactly what she did through the stretch. That birthday horse was looking live at a nice price, and nothing wrong to deuce on your birthday either. Michael Carther, a good effort there with Straight Talker.
Yeah, from the 7-hole to boot, right? I mean, that's got to be a good feeling when you get situated like that from out there.
Mm-hmm. Right on. 10th race then. Let's talk up Baby Ruby. I got talking about the break and then needing a clean line, but you brought up in Ontario, that's right, on a good track, if you break, it's kind of a free square, like the free bingo square.
Yeah. The thing is, I mean, obviously the connections still want a flat line, right? I mean, you don't want a horse to develop that habit, but I mean, it does kind of lessen that that desperation at times, that you'd have with a horse like this to make sure you get that flat line.
Yep.
She looks good on the track, though, right? She's got her ears up. She looks she's having a good time out there. Looks like she's getting along fine with Scott Coulter, and I think that, like I said, I was extremely impressed with her efforts over at Flamborough Downs. If you remember that night here at the Raceway, I needed her desperately. She jumped it off early, made an incredible comeback before getting placed out of it.
Right.
And then after that, just strung together 2 real nice victories over at Flamborough. And the efforts at Mohawk Park disappointed me, I guess, because I thought she could win in those spots. But I think she should enjoy getting back here to the Raceway. So I put her on top in here. Obviously, I would not have done that if she didn't draw inside. But I think that she's one you've got to respect. 2-1. Probably about the right price, but I was hoping for a shade higher than that.
Right on. Some pretty good value right now is showing up on the board in a number 4, Macaloo. Now, Macaloo, we watched her last time. She closed up very sharp. I'm surprised she's holding at that number, but she might drop just yet. Number 3, Life Speaks, 3-2, now 8-5 favorite status. Anthony Hahn supplied that info, saying she's had a good week. She's trained up well. She's now 2 for 2, but she's going to have to get a little quicker at some point. Maybe it's not tonight, but 8-5. She's a player, but there are other players here.
Yeah, it's interesting because she's won 2 in a row, and she's supposed to get better, right?
Right.
With each of these starts. Now it's third start back, so. It's like last time I had people, telling me, well, she didn't do any racing last time. She came up the inside, and then she came out and she did it again because she just raced a little bit better. Mm-hmm. So she might continue to improve, right? So we might not have to be too worried about the times, I guess. But 8-5, I mean,
some horses, they just do what they have to do. She might be one of those, right? She's not going to be one of those types that goes out and wants to win by 5.
No, I don't think so. I don't think she's going to be. I mean, even her previous victory, right, was by a neck.
Yeah.
Over here after she made her break in stride. I agree, though, on Makalu. I kind of shied away from this one tonight because I thought the support would come based on that last effort.
Right.
I looked at 6-1 in the program and said, yeah, right, it's going to be more like, 5-2 at best. She raced remarkably well last time.
Mm-hmm.
She really did. She got away, in no man's land. She made a huge move late. She had no right to get close to them. She lost by a length, and she went past them all, past the wire. So 7-1, I can get on board for that. I thought she would take a lot more support than that.
Yeah, it's a nice back half on her. I mean, it's a nice improvement for her, too, because she wasn't finishing up all that well in recent starts. Right now, the starter is calling for them to line up. Some late action comes in on one. Better Deal for Goish at 4-5. Gates moving. From the rail out. Better Deal, Andre Goish, Baby Ruby, Scott Coulter, Life Speaks, Anthony Hahn, Matt Galoo, Garrett Rooney, Bunny Mansion, Jason Ryan, Largent Ladybug, and it's Todderworth. 6 Pacing, Fillies and Mares, 8th of Amala. Picking up speed, here they come. They're off. Better Deal out first for Goish. Second best, Life Speaks. Leaving on out of there for third is Makalu. Baby Ruby is traveling into fourth. Fifth best away for Bunny Mansion, the earliest trailer, Largent Ladybug. Well strung out. This compact field of 6, at least a dozen lengths. Tip to tail. A Better Deal took that late action. Now a 2-1 third choice in command. Life Speaks did close up as the 6-5 favorite. Racing from a second, third best, and all alone there. Makalu. Baby Ruby is a gapped off fourth. Then in fifth, Bunny Mansion, the trailer. Largent Ladybug over the quarter mile in 29 seconds flat. And it's a Better Deal. Better Deal, this 4-year-old daughter of Better's Delight, being left alone with Life Speaks. Content to sit second. Makalu, Tippy Tap Reminders in third. Now switching outside. There goes Baby Ruby for Coulter. Also making the move out was Bunny Mansion, still trailing. Largent Ladybug, the half clocked up in 60 seconds flat. And now on towards the 5/8 and still the one. Better Deal. Here comes Baby Ruby. Life Speaks stayed in. Out and rolling fourth goes Makalu. Then along the inside it was Largent Ladybug trailing the field. Not out of it though. Bunny Mansion. Down the backstretch they go, and taking control. This is Baby Ruby. Baby Ruby went to the top. Better Deal. Now in second, Makalu is coming up on the outside in third, switching wide at a fourth. Life Speaks getting involved late. 1:29 4 for three quarters. Baby Ruby still leads with Makalu challenging late. Better Deal is third. Life Speaks will be 3 wide for the drive home into the stretch, and it's still Baby Ruby, and it's Makalu and Better Deal through the stretch into the mile. This is going to be Baby Ruby. Makalu was second best, third going to Life Speaks, rounding out a superfecta, Largent Ladybug. 2 minutes, 1/5. That was 2. Baby Ruby winning easy under wraps here for Coulter. Makalu was second. Life Speaks third. Largent Ladybug 4. 2, 4, 3, and 6. Unofficial. Easy winner there in race 10, number 2, Baby Ruby. She's in for her 3rd career victory, her first win in London. And a mod of 2 minutes 1/5 becomes a new race win record. Baby Ruby, 3-year-old daughter of He's Watching, from the Mach 3 Dam, Ruby's Prescott for ICR Racing. They're the breeders. Kenny Oliver condition, Scott Coulter driven to win. Again, a new mark tonight for Baby Ruby. In 2 minutes 1/5, congratulations. She paid $5.40. The exactor came back at $34.30. Dollar try, $36.80. The super for $1, $156.90. A 20 center worth, $31.38. So Better Deal was 5th. Baby Ruby won it. Life Speaks 3rd. Macaloo 2nd. Bunny Mansion 6th. L'argent Ladybug 4th. 29 a minute flat. 129 and 4. And a mod of 2 minutes 1/5 for Baby Ruby from the top of 5, 1, 3, 2, 6, 4 on the bottom. 11th and final up next. It's Trotters to complete the card. Exactor try, high five finale in 8 minutes. I had a $2 super that I raced. That was $300. Alrighty, more info being provided by our horse people racing this evening. Race number 11, the 6 Run Like Hill. This bit supplied by owner-trainer Francis Guillemette, already in the winner's circle tonight, Francis. And mentioning this is a very consistent trotter right now. Tough group, but may be the value play. And right now is offering 10-1 value. Another one to consider here. Sizzling Hot Herbie at a post 7. Natasha Day on board. This one was very sharp in winning his latest in 59-1. His last 2 victories have come in top class action here in London. He's 2 for 2. Yes, 2 for 2 in London through 2023. Natasha Day mentioning this is a tough group at a tough post. Top 3 will be the aim for Natasha aboard the 7 Sizzling Hot Herbie. Thank you, Natasha. Thank you, Francis, with the 6 Run Like Hill, supplying bits of info tonight. That's going to be a wrap for the Track Nuggets portion of tonight's racing card. 11th Race Trotters are next for the Exactor Try and Super High Five. Here we go. Starters on parade. Race 11 hour finale. The Exactor Try Super High Five is next. Number 1, Andy Over. For owners, Ed and Ashley Hensley. Ashley trains, Ed drives. Esquire from post 2. It's Tyler Borth driving for Brandon Guerra. Trainers Mark Goddard. Driving is Tyler Borth. Number 3, Power and Grace. Hartel Maintenance, Inc. and Lorma McClure share the ownership with Ron McDonald training Brett McDonald in the driver's seat. Cena Magician, 4, Jen Pinkerton owning and training Garrett Rooney up. Then the 5 out Neriatak Perfetto for Tony Basile. Trainers D. Nixon driving. Scott Coulter. Coulter trying to come right back. And then the 6, Run Like Hill. Colin Kelly for owner-trainer Francis Guillemette. 7 outside for Sizzlin' Hot Herbie. Natasha Day owning. Training and driving. And the trailing spot 8, J-Port High Class. Greg Dustin for Ted Melchers and Geis Veerstig, with Greg doing the training. There you have it, a great-looking field of 8 on the trot. On the trot, that is, for the exactors, tries, and super high-five plays, the non-jackpot. High-five, of course, and we're going to get a look at number 3, a Power and Grace Hour. Award winner from last season, Power and Grace. She will be celebrated this coming Saturday evening for her efforts around London through the 2022 season. Power and Grace, daughter of Holiday Rowe, going out for Team MacDonald. Right now, the horse players are really on this one. Last time she was a winner was here in London. It was gate to wire fashion 201 over the good going. Does her best work when on or near the lead. Robert.
Yeah, she does, especially, on the half-mile surface, right? She's actually turned in some really good efforts at Mohawk Park, not necessarily going to the front in those ones either. A couple of them were off the pace, third-place finishes. Last time got beat ahead to Okeanos, who I think is a horse that's just really, coming to his own lately.
Turned it around, hey? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I think there's no end to that one, with what he's doing right now, if he can continue to mind his manners. And she only lost by a head. So I think that she's going to enjoy getting back to the raceway here. Last time she raced here, she was an easy winner. She actually put away the first over challenge of Andy Over pretty easily on that occasion. And I think that the game plan's got to be to go forward up the gate again. The problem is Esquire's loaded with speed right to her left, and Andy Over is going to probably push out as well. But if she can get around those ones, she'll be tough to beat in here. Even money, obviously. Probably a tough pill to swallow now, odds on, but I still have her as my top selection. I was happy to single her in the multi-legs.
All right, Power and Grace holding right now, odds on at 4 to 5. And again, we'll celebrate her efforts this Saturday night as Age Trotting Mare of the Year 2022 at the Raceway. Andy Over was so good here in London in his latest, wired them up, and Ed Hensley, simply no urging for a trip in 58-1. He made it look real easy.
Yeah, he did. And this horse, has had tremendous success on the short track. You see 3 wins right in the program, right? 3 of the last 4. And the only defeat came when he was first over to Power and Grace as the even money favorite. Took a lot of respect that time around. Last time, when dodging that rival, was the easiest kind of winner, right? So now it's kind of a nice rematch for those two. They did meet up at Mohawk Park last time. He finished 7th. Power and Grace was second, beaten ahead. But now, this should be one where they contend for the victory against each other. So I think it should be interesting to see how this one plays out.
Right on. There's a few more award winners in here from last season. Sizzlin' Hot Herbie was an aged. Well, I must go back on that one. Cena Magician is the one. Cena Magician is a preferred trotter of the year for 2022 at the Raceway. Sizzlin' Hot Herbie, though, 2 for 2 this season in London. And you know what? Natasha Day supplies some info. Her aim is top 3. It's a tough post and a tough bunch.
It is. And last time, they get along so well together, right? Natasha and Herbie could not have got a better steer last time in post 6. The way she got down to the pylons and then had the confidence in him to pull him first up. And, of course, he was much the best. This is a tougher group, no question about it. And the post is a lot more difficult, even though just moving out one spot. So that's why you see 10-1 this time around. But I still think he can hit the board. He can certainly work his way onto the ticket. Just depends how the trip works out.
Alrighty. Always a pleasure catching up on our Tuesdays. Robert, back with us next week?
Absolutely, sir. Wouldn't miss it for the world.
Right on. Gates moving. 11th and final. Robert Reed Jr. Fine job tonight with the commentating, ticket, ideas, selections, and a whole lot more. All race meet every Tuesday. Robert Reed Jr. We've got Andy Over, Esquire, Power and Grace, Cena Magician, then our Neriac Perfetto, Run Like Hill, Sizzlin' Hot Herbie, J-Port High Class is in the trailing spot. It's our top class, Trotters, top of the stretch. Race 11 Preferred for a purse of $13,000. It starts now. They're off. Power and Grace to take them on out of there. Cena Magician with early speed. Andy Over with that rail advantage to be up close for Hensley. Through the opening turn they travel. And it's Power and Grace with Cena Magician. His return to racing action. And he's going forward. Cena Magician here at 6-1. To click on and grab control, though Power and Grace, she's already out for a retake and looking to clear prior to turn number 2, quarter mile. Bullet for the Trotters, 27-4. Power and Grace back on top. Cena Magician for the 2-hole ride. Andy Over is looking at it from third. Run Like Hill getting underway here in the early going. Just took fourth on the outside. That's going to flush Andy Over out from third. Now fifth and in is Esquire, and setting it up third over our Neriac Perfetto. J-Port High Class going next to last. Sizzlin' Hot Herbie would have to circle them as they go 4 in and 4 out. Onwards to the 5/8. The half was clocked up in 58-2, and it's Power and Grace still though one. The lead is a full length to Andy Over in second, gapping slightly in the pocket. Cena Magician out there in fourth, continues. Run Like Hill, fifth and in for Esquire. Then came out Neriac Perfetto, Sizzlin' Hot Herbie from seventh, and now trailing J-Port High Class, bunching up into the final turn after 3 quarters, 127-2. Andy Over goes a half length in front of Power and Grace. Sizzlin' Hot Herbie out there painting fences at 4-1, make it 4 wide. Sizzlin' Hot Herbie, he's coming on late for day. Andy Over almost there. Oh, Sizzlin' Hot Herbie from last. And here's our Neriac Perfetto. Sizzlin' Hot Herbie or our Neriac Perfetto. Another close win in London. We'll need a picture to decide it. Andy Over finishes third. So who do we got? Neriac Perfetto at 13-1 or Sizzlin' Hot Herbie from last at 7-1? Forget about 4-1. It was 4 wide and circling them. Sizzlin' Hot Herbie up for the win. 7, 5, 1, 3, and 8 for the winning high five combination. Sizzlin' Hot Herbie at 7-1 for 2 in a row in London. Sizzlin' Hot Herbie continues his run in London, now 3 for 3 in 2023 here in the Forest City. Sizzlin' Hot Herbie, 9-year-old son of Here Comes Herbie from the SJ's Photo Dam, 6 red. Owned, trained, and driven to win by Natasha Day from last, and a 4 wide push on the end. Herbert gets the job done. Top class trotting action, 158 flat. Congratulations. Sizzlin' Hot Herbie, 1690. Exactor, 155.70. Dollar try, 304.05. High five, 20 center, 1264 and change. Late double, 55.50. The pick 3, 20 center, 1486. A dollar pick 4 at 104.30. And the pick 5, 20 cent return, 49.46. Exciting finale to end this Tuesday. Andy Over was third, Esquire 7, Power and Grace 4, Cena Magician 8, Neriac Perfetto second, Run Like Hill was 6, Sizzlin' Hot Herbie won it. J-Port High Class 5th. 27-4, 58-2, 127-2, and the mile was 158 flat. Ugh. We're getting tongue-tied on the end here tonight. 158 flat. It was Sizzlin' Hot Herbie. Mild upset winner for 2 in a row. Top down a 3-7-4. 8-2-6, 1 and 5. That'll do it. For tonight's live action, we are scheduled to race tomorrow evening at 5:50 and again on Friday night at 5:50. Thanking you all for joining us tonight from the Eye in London, Scott. Sugared up. Have yourself a great night.